So, Mr. Bergioli, shall I begin?
Please, take it away. I'm sorry to call the budget workshop meeting to order. I want to thank everyone for coming this morning and to be part of this, and as we start the process, and it is the beginning of the process. I think we all know that. So, Dr. Gambier.
Thank you. So, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. We have snacks. Have you indulged? Please do, because this stuff will just sit here. So please do. I want to thank you for being here. Thanks to everyone who helped put this presentation together. Andrea Schwam, the Assistant Superintendent, our Director of Finance, Kristen Flynn, our Budget Subcommittee, which is Joyce and Jeff, and for a period of time it was Kevin also. So thank you to all of them for the work that they've done. So today what we're going to do is we're going to present you with a level service budget for the school district. If we took what we have currently, well, first of all, we're going to explain to you what we have currently in place. We want to give you the opportunity to hear about the positions, what the positions do, how much the positions cost, and give you the opportunity to ask questions, get educated as much as possible, and then show you what, if we were to keep things in place exactly the way they are and move it into FY25, what that would cost. We have an agenda, and if we could go to the next slide. This is I'm going to call it a rough draft agenda, and it says an all-day budget meeting, but it's really not all day. We're hoping to be done by lunch. And what we have this presentation broken out in what we would call cost centers. So first, we're going to start off talking about the district-wide or the central office part of the budget. Then each of the schools, Wareham High School, Wareham Middle, Wareham Elementary, the building principal will be here to talk about each of their buildings. Beyond school time, the beyond school time at 10:20, that's Jane Fondulis. That is our after school summer school programs. Those are 100% grant funded. She today actually has a conflict and is going to come a little bit later, so when she comes we'll just plug her in. But that is not part of the school budget, and so, but we thought it would be good information for you guys to have. Then the curriculum, our student services is ELL, English Language Learners, and Special Education. We have a section, a cost center for facilities, technology, and transportation. All right. Next slide, please. Okay. So every year we, as an admin team, we look at our vision and our values and mission for the district. And this is important to me because it gets us to remember what is important to us and why we got into education. I don't know anyone who got into education because they felt like they were going to get rich doing it. It really was. Most people, most teachers have some sort of story about an experience they had during their education of a teacher that inspired them, and it inspired them to try to do that, to give back to kids today. And so I'd like to include this in all of our meetings just to remind us of why we're here and what we're trying to accomplish, because we do get so bogged down on all the other things that come in, such as the budget. Okay. Before we get into the actual numbers of the budget, there are some assumptions that we made because we don't have exact numbers. We did add a 5% inflation to expenses only on accounts that we saw that we had used that line completely in the past. On ones that we had, had not exhausted the entire line, then we wouldn't add that 5%. And then on the flip side, if it was a line in which we had in the past used more, we added more than the 5%. We put 5% to utilities. The elementary school had to get a little bit more than that, though. We're still trying to, being a new building, we're trying to get our mind wrapped around exactly what would be the right amount to budget each year. This budget will also include the steps and lanes for our unions, our bargaining units, and also any COLAs that are already defined in the collective bargaining agreements. In this school year, we are negotiating with 3 of our bargaining units for next year, so we don't know what that number is at this point. We added for our out-of-district placements, so we have students that, based on need, we need to send to either private schools outside of the district or to what they would be called collaboratives, like Cape Cod Collaborative. They offer programs for kids with special needs. And if it's something that we can't provide here in the district, we've been informed that that is a number that is set by the state on how much they can increase. Is that for collaboratives too? No, okay. So just the private schools, it's set. The collaboratives let us know how much they're increasing, and they're all saying about 4.69%. So we built that in. And finally, before we get into numbers, I just want to say, our goal is to develop a budget that responsibly funds our schools and provides our students with a quality education. That's always our goal. And responsibility is key. Being responsible with taxpayer money is important. All right. So if we could go to the org chart. So I'm going to start. You can see that Scott is here. Oh, yes. Mr. Sweat did ask for a brief comment.
So, many thanks for being here. Okay? This is by far the best chance to get educated about the school budget. It's disappointing that more people are not here because it is the best chance to get educated. And I'll take this as an indication of trust. That may not be accurate, but I'll take it as an indication of trust because the alternative is they've already made up their minds about what they think we need in order to operate the schools on behalf of our kids, and that would be very unfortunate. Secondly, I've been in your shoes. I have spent 6 years on the Finance Committee of this town. I've been chairman of the Finance Committee. I get how difficult this is for you. I really, really do get it. I remember having piles of priorities, departments that all wanted things that I couldn't give them. So I completely understand what you're going through. I also want to remind you that public education, all the way through, and private education, is having a variety of experiences. Some are going bankrupt, Catholic schools come to mind. Some what I'll call non-selective colleges and universities are quietly going bankrupt because they're not getting sufficient numbers of students to cover their fixed costs. Some very selective universities just keep raising prices. And we all know that because many of us have put kids through schools. And the actual inflation doesn't seem to matter. They go up 2-3 times the rate of inflation, and they just expect people to pay it. So that's something, and by the way, I officiate tennis all over the area, and I see these extraordinary sports facilities, these extraordinary dining halls, these extraordinary rooms that are, I remember when I went to college, my room didn't look like that. So they're competing, and they have the money to do it from billion-dollar endowments, et cetera, et cetera. It's apples and oranges to what we're experiencing here in K-12 public education. And finally, Matt just said we were moving to an org chart. Rest assured that any question that you have that the three of us, by the way, Kevin was not on at the same time that I was on. There was only two of us that was on the budget subcommittee at any one time. But rest assured, any question that you have, we have asked, okay? We want to hear your questions. And if you see a position on an org chart and you say to yourself, why did they have that position, okay? Ask why they have that position. You might be surprised at the answer you get, but you will get educated as we have been educated. And as Matt said, sometimes there's literally, and I was in business for decades, there's just a cost of doing business. And one of those major costs of doing business is what it costs to get good people, okay? That simply is a business fact of life, and we are not exempt for it just because we're in public education. So you see an org chart, you see a position, or you see multiple positions, and you say, why do they need that? Don't sit there and then wait till we get to the big number at the end and say, that's the reason it's so big, is because I have all these unnecessary people. It's probably not true, okay? So ask why we have the positions that we've got. Once again, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Matt?
So Jeff, just quickly,
Please.
I'm a select board member. I'm just sitting here because I have to
Yes,
leave
got
early.
it.
So when you look over there,
I
so nobody showed up, it's like, wait.
He took attendance too.
I completely understand and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Your attendance is well noted.
It's good to see.
I know you said level service, and I know the difference between level service and level funded. Is there a wish list?
No,
from the town
this is
hall?
not a
No,
wish.
from the town hall. Is there a number the town administrator is looking for you to hit? If you don't want to answer, don't. I
But
understand.
We met with him yesterday. He let us know, he's made he's had to make a lot of assumptions about what he anticipates. And he just kind of said, this is the situation. He didn't say, I want you to be here or there. He just said, this is the situation. And that's kind of what I want to do today. I'm not here to tell you, you got to give us this, you have to, I'm just want to give you guys the information.
No, I understand. And like I said, this is just the beginning. I didn't know if he had a
No, he did
something
not.
he's looking at, and he's got to work towards everything also. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna start with central office right here in this building. And I wanted to, each of these cost centers, or at least central office in the schools, will have an org chart that'll just kind of break out how the staff is arranged. Of course, the superintendent, assistant superintendent is Andrea Schwam to my left. She's in charge of really what our core mission is at schools, and that's curriculum and instruction. So that's a crucial role. And then starting on the left, our director of technology, Bonnie LaSorsa. In this day and age, we have extensive needs around technology for both instruction and as far as just running the school. Data reporting to the Department of Education and to the state, and of course making sure that we're protected from any cyber attacks and things of that nature that have been able to take down organizations. Director of Finance is Kristen Flynn, right to my left. Working under her is our facilities director, fields and grounds, transportation, and food service. And there are 3 bookkeepers and 1 payroll bookkeeper that support that position. I have 3 bookkeepers in red because one of them just found another job. And so what we are doing is every position that leaves, we're looking at it closely, and if there is a way in which we can cover it with the current staff we have. So that's actually going to be two bookkeepers now. And there'll be a few places in here that are red that I'll show you, and some of them that are not red that we're able to do that. But that's something we're always looking at. The assistant superintendent of curriculum, she has a secretary. They do, like I said, curriculum instruction. Director of student support services, that is our special education. Under her is a out-of-district coordinator. We have, I think, 22, but there's a later slide that gets more into this. 20 students that are out of district. There's many responsibilities that we need to take care of underneath that: meetings, transportation, assessments, site visits that she's able to take care for us. And then there is one here at central office, there is one special education secretary. And then is the director of beyond school time, and she has a part-time secretary. This includes the past night school at the high school and our care and sale programs, which are after-school programs that are, they're enrichment programs for the kids. They encourage teachers who teach in the program to look at creative and exciting ways to teach kids differently. So it's not, more school, but it's kind of a fun thing to do, but you're also learning. And then part of that is also our summer school program, or one of our summer school programs. That is completely grant funded, the entire program. And then finally, on the right, we have a district administrator position, and that is in red. That position is being eliminated at the end of December. Any questions on?
Just curious as to what the district administrator's job was.
She helped out with grants. She did lots of evaluations across the district. She helped out a lot with our transportation, human resources. It was a lot of different areas of support.
So you've got you're gonna just shuffle that up?
We're gonna, unfortunately, other people are gonna have to pick up that work.
And Matt, the summer school, is that, what you mentioned was grant funded, is that particular summer school program grant funded? Is that, or was it the post-school, post-training?
It's all grant funded.
It's all
Summer
grant
school,
funded, okay.
yeah. There is one summer school program that is not grant funded, which is called Extended School Year, and that is the summer programs we're required by law to provide for some special ed students.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So these are areas of expenses. I'm gonna move through them relatively quickly. But you'll see these in a line item budget, and we can, I don't know if we provided a line item budget today, but we can get that for you very easily if you really wanna dive into it. School committee expenses, $195,000, $194,000, that's mostly legal expenses. $180,000 of that is legal expenses.
Don't forget our stipends.
Yeah, right, and those huge
That was a joke.
Equal to mine.
Like ours, yeah.
Yeah, just like yours, exactly.
a cup of coffee and there's your stipend right there.
Yeah, there it is.
It's more than we have.
Salary, central office administration, that's mostly Kristen and myself. Salary, central administrative assistants, this is my secretary and the 4 bookkeepers, which are now 3 bookkeepers. Office supplies, this pays for memberships, superintendent's office supplies, contracted service. This is really memberships to the Association of School Superintendents, the fees to attend conferences, and also, just general supplies like paper and things of that nature. Business office supplies, the $18,000, that's for audits. $11,000 of that went to audits, and others to supplies. And then the telephone and copier is for we have new Zoom phones, a new Zoom phone, which saved us some money, and also pays for our copy machines, 2 copy machines that we have here. Next slide, please. Salaries, health services, nurses, and nursing assistants. So $502,000, this is for our 5 nurses in the district and 3 CNAs. Health services, contracted services, $160,000. We have some students that require a nurse because they have such extensive medical needs. Have to have a nurse ride with, they have to have a nurse with them all the time and when they're on the bus. Because they may have a seizure, they may stop breathing. I mean, it's serious medical things, so that's why we need to, so we contract to have some nurses do that.
Is that one-on-one, or is it like one nurse covers several?
When we'll try to do it if we can,
Yes.
yeah.
But it frequently is. I'm a volunteer bus driver and for special ed at times, and literally it's one child, me, and a nurse.
Health services supplies, that's just for general supplies, Band-Aids and things of that nature. Salaries for district-wide technology, this would be our Director of Technology, Bonnie LaSorsa. We have a network manager, and we have a data specialist. So, again, these are not nice-to-have positions. These are need-to-have positions. Network manager, like I said, we need someone who has eyes on our network constantly, so we don't have a ransomware attack or something of that nature. But he also has tremendous other skills. I mean, he's very good at, when you have some issues with technology, he can help with that. And then our data coordinator, we have reporting that we need to do to the Department of Education around our students, around our staff, around our schedules. They're very extensive, complex reports, and that take a tremendous amount of time, and that person's job is dedicated to that, but she also has other responsibilities, but those will be the primary ones. Technology devices, Chromebooks, laptop chargers, switches. This is $245,000. This is primarily Chromebooks. Every single one of our students has a Chromebook assigned to him or her by the district. It is expensive. Well, Chromebooks are less expensive than laptops, but overall, buying them for all the students, it is expensive. However, teachers make really good use of them, and there's great opportunities in technology in providing students, especially students who struggle with learning, on giving them different opportunities, different software, different ways to help them out.
The other thing we don't know is what the technology is like at home. So we can't have kids going home to desktops and laptops, et cetera, and other kids going home to nothing. So this prevents unequal access to the curriculum and to other things.
Is this an area where at times there might be grants available?
At times, yeah. Technology contract services, this is a lot of our software, PowerSchool, PowerSchool, that is our main student data software across the district. Has all of our students, their addresses, their health information, parents, grades, has everything. The stuff when we were kids that was in a file folder, now it's all online.
And is this also licensing, is part of that licensing fees, or is this the actual work?
I don't know.
It depends. I think some of the licensing fees for the curriculum software you'd see in the curriculum budget or in the separate school budgets, but if it's licensing for like a district-wide software, infrastructure, things like that, it would be here.
Right, our school licensure is in here.
Next line, technology contract services network, that's network expenses, our servers, Comcast, to take care of those. Technology other, this is for, conferences, consultants, things like that. Bonnie LaSource, our tech director, has a couple of slides later, and when she comes in, she's gonna be able to speak even in more depth on some of these. Okay, also coming out of district-wide, custodial salaries. This is not the salaries for our custodial work in the buildings. That is building-based, those expenses you'll see at each of the buildings. But this is for weekend building checks. We have custodians come in on the weekend, just make sure we haven't had a broken pipe, the school hasn't been broken into, things look fine. And then we also pay someone to deliver mail across the buildings, and that comes out of that $28,000. Physicals and clothing allowance, that's contractual for our custodians. The facility salaries, this is for, we have a facilities director. His name is Eric Trahan. He has been in the district for a few years. I can't express enough how important that position is. To have someone whose primary responsibility is eyes on the building, maintenance, heat, windows, electrical, plumbing, all these things that come up. I've come from a district where they said, well, we'll just have the principal. If there's an issue, just call someone. It doesn't work. You need someone who has eyes on it all the time. And he's great. We also have an HVAC specialist and a plumber that come out of these. Now, it sounds like, boy, that's nice to have, and yes, it is nice to have, but they do a great job. If the work that they do, if they didn't do it, we'd be calling someone out and probably paying twice as much or more than what we're paying them in their salaries. They're also, outside of this, they're also two guys that will do anything. They've helped us run cable at the high school. They're like, we'll help out any way we can. I've come in on Saturdays and Sundays, and they're here working because they're like, we can only get into this classroom, because there's kids in here, and this was the best day to do it. They're great workers, and we've also shared them with the town. When there's been issues with the town, they're happy to go over there and help out. Facilities, fuels, and repairs. This is gas and maintenance and equipment in the buildings. Underneath that, field and grounds. This is our two field and grounds folks. When I started over a year ago, we had 4. So we've reduced this to 2. There's a lot of work there to do. There's a lot of fields that have to be cut. There's a lot of fields that have to be lined for sports. And that's what these guys do a lot of, and they also do all the plowing. So that's going to be tricky with 2 guys, but we're going to look to see if how we can make that work. Then there's the supplies and contracted services. They have 3 vehicles over at Fields and Grounds for the job that they do. They also use those vehicles for plowing and sanding. And so this money helps to maintain those vehicles and all the equipment they need to do that work. And also irrigation. They're responsible for the irrigation systems on the fields, and that helps for the maintenance of the irrigation.
And what are the contract services in that category?
Probably for some, I'm going to say probably, I think for some of the contractual services that might be needed for helping out with plowing, but
Yeah, it would primarily be if we needed to call in additional plowing assistance. Last year we were lucky, but that's there for that. And then any, any additional contract services, if there's issues with the sprinkler systems that they can't tend to, anything of that nature, perhaps some vehicle maintenance and repair, or anything to do with any of the equipment and the ground maintenance, you can see. But those would be the primary ones.
Crossing guard salaries, we have crossing guards in the morning. You've probably seen Kevin out on Marion Road. Important position, he does a great job, risks his life every day. But it's important, he does a good job. And then we also, in the afternoons, we have Kevin out there. We have another crossing guard out in front of this building on Viking Drive. When the kids come out of the high school, many of them are walkers, or they meet people up on this side, and when they come across, it's when all the traffic's going buses, and it's just safer to have a crossing guard there. And then replacement of motor vehicles, I think, we have this in here, $25,000. I remember the days that you could buy vehicles for $25,000.
We all.
Remember then?
Really nice bike for that.
But that was for, for the replacement of the fields and grounds. And we actually do have one that's where we're afraid is not gonna pass inspection, because it's just starting to rust out. Salary school resource officer, next slide. That is for Carl Baptiste as our SRO. Contracted service, $7,000. That's for a program that we use called Navigate 360, and that is for school security. It's an app that all our staff and all the police and all the fire in the town can download on their phone. And if there was an active shooter right here, I could send an alert, and everyone who has that app gets that right away, including police and fire. And just thought, it has a lot of additional features. It has, so the police could actually, when they get the alert, they could go in and they can get a map of the school. So if we said, it's in D wing or at room 307, boom, they can see where in the building that is. We've also provided all police and fire with swipes to get in the buildings. So they could, essentially come right in from a door and be there.
So most of the staff has that app on their phones?
Many of them do, yeah. Many of them
Do
do.
you require it, Matt, that they have it on their phone?
Yeah, required.
If I required it, the union would.
Yeah.
Ask us to pay for their phones.
So
You
I
strongly-
just
let's say
said,
you strongly urge,
that's exactly right.
Further on good idea.
better choice for it, so. Yeah.
But
It's
many
also-
of them have,
it's
many of
also
them
on their
recognize the
computer, too.
value, yeah. Right, and also you can access it from their laptops too, so if they didn't want it on their phone, they'll still have it. Okay, moving on, human resources contracted services, this is for any trainings that we do, as far as Title IX, investigations, harassment, training, things like that. Tuition reimbursement, this is for the teacher contract, $55,000. Teachers are eligible for reimbursement for classes that they take, teachers and also paraprofessionals. Employee separation costs, this is if a staff member leaves and legally we owe them vacation time, things like that, that will be paid out of this.
How much can they accumulate?
Not much,
Really?
well, usually 5 weeks or so. Yeah, I mean, if they didn't use any and they left,
Sick time too?
What's that?
How about sick time? Can they accumulate?
They can accumulate, we do not have a buyback for sick time though. Yeah, I think the teachers can accumulate to 130 days, but there's no buyback.
That number seems low.
Yeah. Insurance students, this is accident insurance. Insurance for food service employees, $210,000. This is money that we give to the town. Our food service in this building is also 100%. I always say grant funded and I get corrected. It's not grant funded, but it's reimbursed. So it does not come out of our budget. However, at some time in the past, I don't know why, it was agreed between the town and the school that the town would pay for the insurance for school service employees. Is this the entire, all of it, or just a portion of it?
That's the employer's portion of the food service employees.
For
So
all
they-
our food
Yes,
service
for all of our food
employees.
service employees that take insurance, so. So they pay their portion, just like any of us do, and then that's giving it, the town's portion back to them from the school budget. Because the federal school lunch regulations don't allow, insurance for employees to be paid out of the funds for the school lunch reimbursements. The only way that it does is if you were to treat every single employee that's funded not by the local operating budget, that might be funded by grants, for instance, you would have to tap the grant for that insurance. So that becomes very difficult for a lot of our grants that we're using, as you know, you'll see a little bit for some other things. So that's how, some towns, cities and towns may just absorb all of the the employer cost of the insurance for every single town employee. But as Matt said, an agreement was reached before our time that the school budget would pay for the food service, the employer portion of the food service employees.
And finally on this slide, $9,000 for postage. That includes the lease of the machine.
Going back to the insurance question, the town pays insurance for everybody else?
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they have any similar agreements with other town departments
No, I'm
in
just
that
talking about
regard.
as between the schools and
Yes,
and the
yes.
town.
Yes.
That's completely covered by the town.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's typically what I've seen.
Now that, just to be completely candid, there was a deviation from that tradition.
Last year.
For last year and maybe a year or two before, because of the increase in the number of employees, and
Because of
the
the
fact that it
ESSER.
was difficult for Derek to absorb that
Right.
into his budget. So there was an agreement before Matt's time that we would pay some additional amount. That has disappeared as the number of employees has gone down. So right now, we're in the original agreement that the town would absorb it. But there was 2 or 3 years where we didn't absorb all of it.
And so total for district-wide salaries and expenses, 3.478 million. Nope. Yes, we got it to the next slide, that's why. Okay,
Oh, did I?
so,
Sorry.
no, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
Almost the same amount.
tuition to other schools. So we do have to pay a significant amount of money in tuitions, and we just wanted to break this out for you. We have one student who goes to Bristol County Agricultural High School. If our vocational school that we're a member of, Upper Cape, does not offer a program that a student would like to attend to in another, that is offered at another tech school, that student can apply for it. If he or she is accepted, we have to pay the tuition. And so we have one student, that's what that number one is at the end of the title there, who goes to Bristol County Ag, and we pay $30,000.
Do we also pay transportation?
Yes.
We provide that with one of our buses. Fortunately, we're able to do that right now. And that Bristol County Agricultural High School tuition, you might think might be a little high. It's because it's out non-county tuition, so because we're not in Bristol County. So school departments that send students to Bristol County, within Bristol County, would pay a lower tuition.
It's quite a campus, I've been there multiple times.
And just, these aren't necessarily sped students. It's like, for instance, that Bristol County, that is
not
not
a
a
sped
sped
student.
student, it's just something
It's,
that's
yeah, she,
offered.
I believe she wanted to do, like veterinary study for farm animals, and they don't have that
Gotcha.
program at Upper Cape. Okay, the next two, however, are special ed students. So, collaborative, 22 students that we have going to a collaborative that costs us 1.989 million. And then we have 17 that go to a private special education school for 1.606 million. And so you can see pretty significant price tag on these tuitions of over $3.5 million. We we work to, and we have successfully at times been able to bring back some of these students because we do have some in-house special ed programs. We don't, we don't take this lightly. We recognize the expense, but we also recognize that students want to be with their peers in their town, in their school. They don't want to go to a school down the Cape, things like that. So we really look closely at this. There's a process that we go through to determine. But overall, these students really need a special environment in order to best educate them.
Without getting into any student privacy or anything, or individual students, can you give me just sort of an idea of what their needs are that would require $90,000 plus in tuition?
Well, it varies.
I'm sure it does, but just, a handful of examples.
Yeah, I mean, our special ed person can, but, my experience has been a lot of kids who are very aggressive, that will lash out, attack
So
staff.
behavioral.
Others are just extreme medical conditions, things like that.
And
Do you
this is
think-
strictly the tuition, that doesn't include transportation,
Yeah.
so you're gonna see that later in the presentation as well.
Two things you should understand. The basis for the existence of any collaborative is the notion that if we have one student with that problem, and that has to be, we have to have a program for that one student, the cost for that one student would be much greater than if the combined area covered by the collaborative had 15 students like that. So the cost per student drops because it's in a collaborative as compared to us having to deal with that one student's needs, okay? Now, we also have representation on the board of the collaborative. Was there for many years, Joyce was there for many years. We now have Brennan, who is our representative. But the problem is, maybe speaking out of turn here, we seem to be more concerned with the costs of rising at the collaborative than our other colleagues on the board, shall we say. So we have one vote out of what, Joyce, 20?
Right.
Something like that. So last year it went up, Kristen, 5-6%,
Yeah,
something like that.
5-6%, right.
And we have very limited control over what happens to the costs of the collaboratives. We have even less control of the next line, because the state literally, is it DESI, I guess?
The Occupational Services Division.
Okay,
sets-
literally sets it, and last year it went up,
12.
what, 12%?
14.
I thought it was 14.
14%.
Yes, 14%, and it was like, too bad, so sad, 14% budget for it, okay? So we don't know what it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a little less than maybe half that, but it is totally beyond our control.
Question, sorry, about, my daughter's a sped, my daughter was a sped student, now he's a sped teacher, so I live it and understand it. So it looks like the collaborative take a certain type of student with certain types of disabilities. Is the private tuition for those students that can't be serviced by the collaborative? Is that generally how
Generally, yeah.
it plays out? Okay.
Like for Perkins School in the Blind, for example.
Right, yeah.
And they could be residential even.
Yeah, most are I find most on the private
Not all
or
of it.
residential, yeah, okay.
And I don't know, would it be appropriate to go back, so, we talked about nursing services being 500,000, which seems like a lot, but that is for the students that were able to serve their needs in our district, and even though that seems like a lot, if they were in one of these placements out of district, it may be even more.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And that's also true of the development of our programs, which are we have really great programs. And so, but that costs money too. So there's always this push and pull with, we want to keep them as much as possible, but we also need to service them appropriately. So there's always that tension, I guess.
And every time we keep a student in-house, we avoid transportation. Or at least we avoid transportation way out of the district. We
Very
still have
expensive
the
transportation.
internal
Yes.
transportation, but not the out-of-district
Yeah, right,
transportation.
I mean, it all goes back to whatever's best for the student.
Right.
But,
Always.
Law requires it.
Okay, so sitting very patiently across from me. Thank you, Scott.
No worries.
Is our high school principal, and he's gonna take you through the high school portion of the budget.
I'll try and be efficient, I know you're a little behind.
Yeah,
but,
sorry about
No, it's all good. Thank you for having me. So Scott Palladino, Wareham High School Principal, happy to be in front of you. And I'd just like to highlight, and I know we're a little late, but just the course offerings that we offer. We have a lot of advanced courses that we offer in the advanced placement, international baccalaureate honors, and our dual enrollment program with Bridgewater State. But we have students that will finish their freshman year of college before they graduate high school. So there's some really great programs. Obviously, not every one of those classes we're able to run on any given year, but these are courses we could offer. And in many cases, we offer these courses in the same period, 3 different levels of courses, based on the teacher really being able to differentiate in some of those courses.
Scott, just one quick second.
Sure.
This is an important differentiator. And if we don't differentiate ourselves, we are at risk of losing more students to school choice. There are even universities that are cutting back lots of courses, and they're hearing it from parents and students as they do this, because universities can't afford to do things. So yes, this is a cost, but it's also a differentiator, and it's an important part of trying to keep the students that we've got.
Thank you for that. And as you'll see in a future slide, we have competition at the high school level, probably more competition than any other grade level, because we've got private schools, we've got the Rising Tide Charter School, we've got other charter schools, and then obviously Upper Cape takes a percentage of our students for the vocational. So to Mr. Sweat's point, it's important to have these programs to support our students that need these programs that are looking to go on post-high school to improve their standings and possibly get certifications, degrees, etc. So moving on to our electives, I'm just really proud of these electives. A few years back in 2011, our teachers agreed to teach an extra period every day so we could offer electives. It's kind of frustrating because over the years this list has decreased drastically. Every time we cut a position, we cut electives. For instance, last year we cut a science position. We no longer offer computer science courses because of that. It's very difficult because we have mass core requirements we have to meet, and those have to be a priority above and beyond electives. So a lot of great courses, a lot of great programs. When you have an 8-period day schedule, you certainly have to have an opportunity for electives, and we are in line with the mass core, so we do meet the mass core requirements as well. So we'll move on to class of 2023 was a very competitive class. As you can see, 78.5% of our students went on to some post-high school experience in colleges, universities, or other secondary trainings. Percentage went out of the workforce, military, and a few were still trying to figure it out at the end of last school year. I'm also proud of, when you look at this list of schools that are attended by recent graduates, some very competitive schools. Our students are coming out with extremely competitive transcripts. They are very lucky, they receive a lot of local scholarships, but when you're graduating with an opportunity to take advanced placement, IB, or dual enrollment courses, your transcript does stand out. And as you can see, there's some really great schools here that our students have been, that are attending and have been accepted to. So we're very proud of that. And so we'll move right on to the organizational chart. And the principal is in the front center in the middle. To my right, I have 2 assistant principals, We are the only 3 staff members that do not teach at the high school. Everyone else teaches at the high school that is listed under the category of teacher. That includes deans, that includes our department heads, that includes obviously all of our teachers listed there below. Our guidance counselors teach as needed, obviously the nurse can't. Librarian teaches. So it's really, everyone in there is a teacher first and foremost, which is important. It also gives them a lot of credibility when they're supervising staff members as well, and I appreciate that. They are in the classroom just like the people they are supervising. And then down the bottom, we have a lot of support services here, and you can see all the way from paraprofessionals to our CNAs and everything in between.
Can you explain what your deans do?
Sure. So our deans, we have 2 deans that deal with our 9th through 12th grade population. They deal with attendance and discipline. They also teach, as I mentioned. And then we have an 8th grade dean that does the same thing just for 8th grade. At different points in times, we've had as many as 4 deans. And we didn't have the 8th graders in there when we had 4 deans. So this is a very efficient model. They're extremely busy. They also supervise breakfast, lunch. They handle all the bus issues, and they also supervise the students as they enter the building. 1 dean is responsible for the subs every morning. We have teachers and staff members that need to be covered. A very important job. It really is kind of the nerve center of the school as far as day-to-day operations. They handle all those things, logistics.
And what do the assistant principals do?
So 1 assistant principal is in charge of special ed. We run, basically our whole first floor is a collaborative. We have every kind of special ed program you can imagine. I remember at one point we had 70 some odd students out of district. I believe the number was 22. When I started as principal, it was 70 some odd students out of district. We continue to bring these kids back, and obviously someone has to supervise those programs and be in charge of those programs. And that's kind of her role, strictly special ed.
I'm now seeing what's underneath them, which
Yeah, no
the print
Yeah,
on here is very small.
yeah, you need your magnifying glasses for this one. I apologize.
Okay.
Good to move on? Okay. So this is our current enrollment next to the grade for 23-24, and then our anticipated enrollment for 24-25. Marginal increase. Obviously, we're not asking for any extra staff members. We feel like with the level staff, we can make things work. And our average class size is 16.5. That's skewed really low because of the collaboratives downstairs that we're running. And student-teacher ratio is 10 to 1. Again, same thing. It kind of gets skewed because a lot of these specialized programs are, 7, 8, 9 kids, sometimes even lower depending on the class. And it does skew the class size down. But I can
Grade 13.
Grade 13, so we are required to educate students until they are 22 years of age. So these will be students that have finished the 4 years of high school. Great question, I should have mentioned that. And are with us until they're 22. We work on a lot of life skills and vocational skills as they transition into adulthood.
And back to the student-teacher ratio, is that affected at all by the advanced classes too? Are those smaller?
Correct. There are some that are small. Where almost all the specialized programs are specialized small. Not all of the IB, AP are small. Matter of fact, dual enrollment has 22 students in it, so that's not really small by any means. But there are some IB classes that will run with less than 10 kids, and same thing with some AP. But what we try to do with those classes is we try and alternate them every other year. So that way, you were a junior, you had the opportunity to take it, and then senior year it's not on the docket. And we make sure the students know, so for instance, AP Bio is one that we run every other year. So if you don't have it your junior year, it'll be available senior. Same thing with AP Chemistry. So the students have access to it at one point in time during their upperclassmen years.
And with dual enrollment, the cost, we pay the tuition, is that?
We do not pay the tuition,
Okay.
we provide the bus.
Okay, that's it.
They pay the tuition and books, that's it.
Okay.
It's when we had it early on in my principalship, we had the dual enrollment program, but our students didn't have reliable transportation. So we got the transportation going and built the program up, had an agreement with Bridgewater State, and actually Makepeace actually helped us out as well the first few years. So we were able to get it off the ground and running, and now, like I said, 22 kids. Parents love it, obviously. One less year of tuition payments. But it's also, again, for us, and I would think for the parents too, to know that your kid has finished 8 college courses I think it makes writing that check or signing that loan a little bit easier. You have some kind of assurance that they can finish a college course and be successful in college. For us, we love it because it's on the transcript, and it really sets our students apart when they're applying for colleges. And not every kid stays at Bridgewater. It's not like a pipeline for Bridgewater. I would say on average, maybe a third will stay at Bridgewater. Obviously, they're very comfortable there. They've been there for a year or two. And it's open for any student who's a junior or a senior. Obviously, they have to have certain academic standings that the college requires, but it's a great, great program. And we've had it in place now for about 12 years, so it's very exciting.
It is. I see, 8 to 11 seem pretty consistent, student-wise. Does that go back even further, that 765? You know what I'm saying, 78 in the 12th grade, but before that, 24, 25 seems pretty consistent.
I'm sure, as far as, from year to year, I'm sorry,
From
yes.
year to year, excuse me.
Yes, so our big, if you look at the 8th grade class right now,
Yeah,
we will lose at least 25 to 30 students because they'll be going to Upper Cape. So Upper Cape has a certain number that they need to hit, obviously, to fill their school. So they'll take, and that has been in place. Honestly, I used to coach freshman football, and I'd get the list from Barry Rabinovich, who was the middle school principal, of every kid that was leaving. The numbers, they've increased a little bit over the years, but a percentage of our students will choose the vocational opportunity. And if you want to be an HVAC technician, an electrician, a plumber, it's a great option for our students that maybe don't want to be in academic classes all 35 hours a week.
so you lose, say, between 20 and 30 each year?
Sometimes,
Okay.
sometimes it could be 40.
And I'm just not sure of the answer, but does Upper Cape have a SPED program? Like if a SPED student at the high school or at 8th grade wants to go to Upper Tech, is there SPED
Yes.
support there?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I know a couple of the teachers there.
Okay, so that's a path for a SPED student who's interested in
It used, yes, and it's gotten easier for those students to get in over the years, which
Yeah,
has been
because I
great.
know at one point it was more of a challenge, okay.
It was, yes,
Yeah,
we'll say it was
very.
much more of a
Okay.
challenge if you had an IEP. It's,
Yeah.
the students, it's great to see the students are accepting. Let's just say when I started as principal, they weren't accepting those same type of
Right.
kids.
Okay, great.
There is a ongoing debate, and I mean ongoing debate, about the admissions process into vocational technical schools. I don't know where it's going to end up, but it's.
It's gonna change,
Excuse me?
Got to.
it's gonna change.
It's
Well, it's
probably going-
statewide.
It's gonna go to lottery.
Statewide.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
talking statewide.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Statewide, and where it ends up is anybody's guess. My personal beliefs are irrelevant. My biggest concern about that chart, frankly, is 166 versus 119. Because the 119 in 24-25 has nothing to do with Upper Cape, because Upper Cape doesn't take the kids until ninth grade.
Right.
So we're losing almost 50 kids from 23-24 to 24-25, which Scott can't do anything about. That's literally middle school enrollment. But some of it is demographics, literally the kids don't exist. And other is perception. We compete, as Scott said, with charter schools, school choice, private schools, et cetera. But that, just when you thought that number of 590 something was going to rise, Scott's looking at losing almost 50 kids, coming from the middle school. That's a critical issue for us in terms of keeping our numbers up. We have got to get the kids coming from the middle school to want to come to our high school,
Yeah.
even in 8th grade.
Any
So-
thoughts, Scott, on why that might be? That is
There we go.
that's a surprise, I
That
guess.
number?
Yeah, why
That's
the
been a number
drop?
since elementary school. That's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
anything new. Like, we knew that was coming,
There's a
and
little
we've
bit
been
of a-
talking about that. It's a one-year blip.
I
It
see.
comes back up again next year.
Okay.
So that's not a surprise. I don't know what was going on, but in this town, there were not a lot of school-age children entering kindergarten when they
Yeah.
started in whatever year that was. So we knew it was coming up. We've
Okay.
been watching it at a district level
just
from
demographics.
kindergarten, and yes, we knew that was coming up.
It's
But-
not all of a sudden 50 students.
No,
Okay.
no, they didn't all, kids didn't just bail last year or last 3
Okay.
years.
Gotcha.
It's been from the start. But to Mr. Sweat's point, if Upper Cape takes 40, now we're starting with a ninth grade class of 80, that can be, detrimental as you're trying to run these programs in future years when they become upperclassmen. So it is something, fortunately it's just a one-year blip, but it is something we'll have to deal with but it's there.
It's
But-
very interesting. I have a grandson who's in 8th grade. He happens to be in Rochester.
Okay.
And my daughter is involved with all the mothers from the various, not so much the grade, but where the kids are playing soccer or hockey or whatever. Is what schools are we going to send our kids to now in 9th grade?
Right.
It is from the limited exposure I have, it's a marketing job to market to the mothers and fathers of 8th grade students, and
Right.
probably starting it at 7th grade.
Sure. And that's been a blessing for us. In years past, the 8th graders were in this building. So the students were making decisions sight unseen on what high school to go to. So we've been able to really curve. Now, Upper Cape's still gonna take their number, which is fine. We've been able to curve though and get the right kids being accepted into their school. Before, if you had a attendance issue in 8th grade, you couldn't get in. It was very difficult to get in. If you had a discipline issue or multiple discipline issues, you couldn't get in. So what we're seeing now is students that really should get in and need to get in because they're spinning their wheels are now getting in. Where in prior years, they were trying to get the best and the brightest from the school obviously for MCAS reasons. But they've done a nice job, and they've got new leadership too there that they've done a real nice job of really making sure the right kids are getting in, and I'm very appreciative of that. I do think a lot of that has to do with the kids that are applying as well, because the kids that are making a decision, they have a year in the high school, they understand the expectations, they understand the rigor, they understand the programs we have. So now they're at least making a sound decision, whereas before it was a lot of, I'm sure, social media hearsay, things of that, as to where they should go or where they shouldn't go. So we're very appreciative of having those 8th graders there for that and many other reasons. Okay, we'll move on. So we do have a high special ed population. The exciting piece is, just like we've been watching that small group come through the ranks from elementary to middle school, we've also been watching a decreased number of students with IEPs working their way into 5th grade now. So we know that this number is going to come drastically down, and you'll hear from Ms. Cote in a few minutes about her numbers, and I think you'll see that I'm excited for this to come down, because as we've talked about for a good portion of the morning with Dr. DeAndrea, there is a cost to educating special ed students that's much higher than non-special education students. So that's going to be exciting to potentially be able to support students in different ways than we have in the past. We also have, as you probably heard about, we have 5 ELL students that moved into town from Haiti. They're awesome, we love having them, but that did obviously increase our percentage of ELL learners to 6, going from 1 before that. So we can definitely sustain that. That number is not disproportionate with our capabilities. And then we'll move on to the spreadsheet in regards to line items. So you can see the first slide is mostly salaries from administration, department head chairs, deans, teachers, special education teachers, guidance counselors, and adjustment counselors, and you can see the number of people we have in those positions. We also have salaries for our psychologists, and incorporated into that, one position is psychologist, one is behavioralist for our TLC program. We share OT, PT, and speech and language pathologists between the district. So what it equates to is it's like a third, a third, and a third of those 3 people, which equates to 1.0 FTE. Down the bottom is student activities. We have advisors for various clubs and activities that occur after school. Things like drama, JROTC, band, chorus, chess team, various clubs, DECA, etc. And we have advisors that get a small stipend to be there all year to support the students in those activities, similar to athletics, which we'll get to in a minute.
Are those all full-time positions?
Oh, I wish they were full-time. They're stipends, they're
No,
like,
I'm talking about the list here.
Oh, yes.
Teacher, that each one is the equivalent of one full-time.
right, so for our, well, going back to the speech therapists, OT, PT, SNL, so that equates to 1. So basically
That's what
for
I-
our school, it's like a 0.33, 0.33, 0.33 for those positions, which gives you the 1.0 FTE.
Yeah, okay.
And then, as we move on, secretaries, we have 5 secretaries, we have 1 technician that handles all of our technology for the building, and you'll hear from Bonnie later on. She is obviously the direct supervisor for that person, but they work in our building and work with me. Paraprofessionals, it's been interesting as we bring these kids back. continue to need paraprofessionals to work with these students and in these programs. But it's been great, to Jeff's point, to have a kid on a 50-minute bus ride to go to a collaborative is, in my opinion, unless it's absolutely necessary, is ridiculous. And we're able to bring these kids back in a least restrictive environment and have them in our building with their peers that they grew up with. It's very important if you can do it. I can't imagine being on a bus ride for 50 minutes each way. Sorry, I got off track. Salaries, this is for athletics and our athletic director and coaches. We have 3 seasons. And we have multiple teams. I don't want to bore you with each season what we have for teams, but you have between 5 and 6 teams a season, and in many cases you have varsity and junior varsity, in some cases freshman level teams. Salaries for custodians, we have 6 custodians for our building, 1 that works during the day, the rest that work at night to make sure the building's ready for our students when they arrive the next morning. We have salaries for substitutes. Dr. DeAndrea talked about food service. We're very blessed. There's not too many districts that wouldn't have money listed there as it costing the district, so very fortunate to have that kind of cost neutral. Moving on to the expenses, the principal's office supplies and contract services. We are required to have affiliation with the MIAA, NEAS for our accreditation, College Board for SAT, PSATs, etc., and various other professional organizations. That is a good chunk of that. We also send staff to training. That would be covered here. We also have printing and paging services covered here. The next line item is pretty self-explanatory: textbook, related software, other instructional supplies, and contract services. This would be a lot of our consumable supplies, whether it be for a lot of our electives, our art classes, our business classes, our culinary class, our wood shop, and also for instructional supplies for any core classrooms as well. General office supplies are more for teachers and staff. This would be paper, this would be paper clips, staples, etc. Instructional technology supplies and other software. We run a lot of programs online for our students. Our IXL program, StudySync type programs, various online programs would be handled through this account. We also have 80 students taking online courses. This would be paid for under that line item. Guidance and psychologist supplies and other costs. These are 2 big costs. We provide PSAT testing for our students for free, and we also have Naviance, which allows for our students to have all of their historical high school transcripts, their surveys, when they're researching colleges, it can all be done through that Naviance program. So 2 great programs. Student activities, athletics, attendance, contracted supplies and materials. This would be for our supplies for athletics, student activities. This would also be for transportation for our student activities, and I believe our athletic officials as well. So
The athletic trainer.
trainer,
the
thank you.
officials.
Scott, quick question.
Yes.
Under textbooks, what percentage of the curriculum is on the Chromebook versus an actual book in hand?
What we like to do in a perfect scenario, and we don't have this for every classroom, we'd like to have a set of classroom textbooks. So that'd be like, say, 30, because that'd be our largest size class. And then to have the same access at home on the Chromebook. We have that with a license for about half of our classes. And maybe a little less now because of a couple of tough budgets. But we'd like to be there, and it's not always available online as well, so it's not like we could be at 100%, but we could probably be 75 to 80% if we had the funding. We find that to be more efficient because the money is in the publishing of the book, and what's nice is when you get like I buy a science textbook, it's like $140, and in a year it's out of date. So now when we have it online, they can change it online and there's no fee, so now it's up to date. So that was always very frustrating. So having it online, I think, is good for the reason I gave you there, but also as these kids go on to college, it's all going to be digital. They're buying a license, they're not buying a physical copy. But we do like to have a physical copy in the classroom for obvious reasons.
So is it safe, and by the way, that makes perfect sense, not only for you, but also for the
And
students.
it's cheaper too, by the way. School
Well,
committee
and
would like
that was
that.
my next question. Are we saving, is this model actually saving us any money?
Yes, it's saving us a lot of money. The money is in, there's 2 parts to the money. The publishing and then the shipping. those are the biggest expenses. So when you get a license for X number of students, it's literally, just putting in some codes and accessing the students you want to have access to it. Whereas, you're paying for the publishing, you're paying for the shipping, and then you're stuck with, maybe you buy 200 books, and then you're like, those aren't even, because a lot of times you can sell back the used books for, a quarter on the dollar if you're lucky. In many cases, the books are obsolete after you buy them, especially in the science area.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I think I was moving on, I think I finished the athletic piece there, and I was moving on to custodial supplies. And so this would be all the cleaning supplies, obviously, we need for the school. This would include toilet paper, paper towels. We don't use a lot of paper towels because we have hand dryers, but that's kind of what would be covered in there. A lot of cleaning for the floors, waxing, etc. Heating of the building, I'd like you to look at that because I think you'll see that that's very efficient. And I'm hoping with new boilers will be even more efficient.
Be good.
Obviously, a lot is predicated on the temperature, but we're excited to heat a building of our size for $80,000 is very efficient, and we hope to be even more efficient. So at the very least, we can keep up with inflation on the cost of natural gas.
That project is done, correct?
Almost.
Oh,
Let me put it this way: the new boilers are up and running. I actually
okay.
was in a classroom yesterday observing, and a teacher said to me, and she's at the opposite end of the boilers, "I can't believe how warm it is. This is so nice. It's 68 degrees in my room." I said, "Yes." I think she was lucky to get to 60 last year. So they are up and running. They are working. There's obviously, as with anything, I'm sure you dealt with it at the elementary school. There's always punch list stuff that they're just working on, but it's nothing drastic. And I think we're commissioning next week. So we'll be in total ownership, so to speak, hopefully by the end of next week.
I'm surprised you allowed them to turn on the heat. 'Cause
Me
you're-
too.
Well, listen,
Me too.
I want all the bugs worked out while they're there. I find it's a lot easier when they're there to fix it than trying to call them back. I'm sure they'll come back, but you're right, the heat better be shut off when I get back. We're kind of tight with the
New
heat.
England frugal.
We used to have a custodian, and my new head custodian has learned from him. I swear he was paying the bills. I'd be freezing in my room, and he's like, "What's the matter? My heat's not on in my house. Do your heat on?" I said, "Yes, it is. I can't feel my feet right now." But anyway, I'm sorry. I know. But utilities, electric, and then also includes trash services, and I believe phones
Water.
as well. Water, thank you. Water and sewage, thank you. Those are two big ones too. So it's not just, I always look at that and go, oh my God, that's ridiculous if it's just for electric, but it's not. And we have changed out all of the electric lights to LED. We actually changed them, they were T12s, we went to compact fluorescent a few years back, and now we're LED all the way across the board. So very efficient building in that respect. Maintenance of the building, this can be everything and anything you can imagine, from HVAC to plumbing to electrical to floor to walls, you name it. The building's 35 years old. It doesn't look it when you walk in, I assure you, and I'd love for you to walk in and look at it. We're very proud of the building. Our custodians do a great job of maintaining our building. We've got a roof that's very new. We've got boilers, as we've talked about, that are brand new. We're going to do some work on doors and windows, and once we do that, I mean, I think we're good for another 35 years. So very excited about the condition of the school, and but we have to continue to maintain the building. Technology, obviously, this is supplies, but also the internet, which is a big necessity. Fortunately, that hardly ever goes down, but when it does, boy, does it shut down a school. It's worse than losing power. I guess you lose power, you lose internet. And then we have copier leases, and this has been a great model to lease them because tied into the lease is also the maintenance. So the copier very rarely goes down, and when it does, the person who maintains them is a Wareham guy, and he lives in town, and he stops at our school either before or after school to make sure we're good to go.
Kristen, how many EDUs is the high school?
That's a good question.
EDUs?
EDUs?
Sewer, for sewer.
Oh, that I'm not aware of.
I would have been really impressed if you did,
Yeah.
but the bottom line is we help pay that bill.
Someone on the sewage committee?
Well,
No, yeah.
no, but we just
We,
don't.
we live with that pain.
We live.
Oh, right, yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's been a hot button issue in town. I see where you're going. So this is just a breakdown. Obviously, our biggest expense is salaries. I like, what Mr. Sweat said earlier, we have a tough time finding awesome people to work for us. The pool has definitely shrunk, and I think we need to maintain our competitiveness in this front to get the best people in front of our students, and that's very important. But that is the breakdown of my presentation. Certainly love to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Questions I thought of,
All right,
answered.
all right. Well, I know Tracy's probably waiting in the wings.
We're way behind.
Wait, I started behind, though. I thought I kept it going, though. All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Scott.
I gotta go shut the heat off.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Is Tracy out there?
Tracy's waiting patiently.
Yes,
Those
all
are-
right.
yeah. They
Roll
started
right
having all
into
they
it.
It wasn't all me. I'm trying to help the cause. but it
And
wasn't-
sick that I have a meeting I couldn't cancel in Fall River. I'm looking forward, I understand this is being videotaped.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm looking forward, I will go through it in detail. I'm very interested in what happens here. And I thank you for the work you've all done, and you guys for all the time and work you've put into it. And I apologize.
Well, thank you for being
Thank you
here.
for giving us a portion of your.
Yes.
Well, the thing, one of the things with the BOS is our meetings are Tuesday night. And so there's a time of preparation, and on this particular day, before I knew this was happening, I already had a meeting in Fall River that I can't cancel. But I'd love to know early, because you'll be stuck with me. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Tracy Cote, the Wareham Middle School principal, and so if you could take us through your slides.
I will. All right, Wareham Middle School, we service grades 5 through 7 and central office. Our organizational chart is here. I don't know if you have any questions about that, but in the past few years, we've really focused on classroom sizes. So we don't have a lot of extras at Wareham Middle School, but classroom size is definitely important to us. And this is what we have right now.
What is your goal on classroom size?
Under 20.
Tracy, that under assistant principals, that's, it says 3, but is it 5, because including?
No, it's
So
3.
those 3 function also as
Correct.
the team chair and the 504 coordinator?
Correct. So it does seem a little excessive, but what we did at the middle school is we had 17 chairs at the middle school. We couldn't keep a team chair. So team chairs are involved with attorneys and advocates, and it's a very, very strenuous job. And when you're running a team meeting, and there's probably about 250 a year at the middle school, just because we only have 110 students that are on IEPs, when you have attorneys and advocates involved, it's more than one meeting. That team chair is representing the district, so they have to speak for the district, and that's not a position that you can just do lightly. So what happened was we eliminated our team chair at Wareham Middle School, and we eliminated a department chair, and we combined that, and we have one assistant principal. Her primary job is as a team chair, and she also runs my mini collaborative, which is 5 sub-separate classrooms that house typically about 40 students. In our TLC program, we have a very successful TLC program. It's our Therapeutic Learning Center. And we've taken back in the last 3 years 7 students from collaboratives. We sent 1 out, so I have to be truthful. But 7 come back successfully. This year, 2 came back very successfully from a collaborative, 3 came back the year before, and 2 the year before that. So we do integrate them in. The parents are very happy. It takes a lot of transition and a lot of work to make that happen. And I have a dynamic assistant principal that does that. The other 2 assistant principals, one is the 504 coordinator, and they handle discipline throughout the building. Duties, all our duties and such.
And evaluate.
And evaluate.
Thank you, that's a great explanation.
Yep. So Wareham Middle School, this is us currently, it changes every year, but you can see the numbers. We have a very small 7th grade group. It's very unusual for Wareham Middle School. It's come through from the elementary school on up. I think it may have been kindergarten. I don't
It was.
know. Okay. I was just asking Mrs. Chandler, she's like, I don't remember that long ago.
She
So-
was, I don't think she was the principal at the time.
So, they're now seventh graders. I think when they came to me, I had 120 of them, I have 118 of them. Actually, 2 are enrolling this week, so it'll go up to 120 again. But that is not typical for us. And as you can see, the fifth graders coming in is 166. So we're expecting about probably 50 more students. Usually our enrollment is 450 to 500. The next slide, this is typical for Wareham Middle School. We range from, 25% to 28% special education. Some we take off of IEPs, some we gain in IEPs, but we haven't had a huge influx of ELL students, so we have one currently who's doing awesome from Haiti.
You should understand that 27%, which Tracy takes lightly, I shouldn't say that. Tracy said it quickly,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean she takes it lightly. But it's 50% higher than the state average.
That's huge.
So it's a
Yeah.
big number and it's a lot of work doing good things for those kids.
Yeah, it definitely is. And when we get, well, we already got to that. The paraprofessionals, there's 14 paraprofessionals. All of them, none of them work in regular ed classrooms. They all work with our special education population. And the 40 students that are in our substantially separate program, I mean, they're severe special education students. In other districts, ORR, they would send them out of district.
So
But we're,
getting people to come back is a real victory and I congratulate you for that.
thank you. Yeah, I mean, and the programs are being very successful. I mean, there are some in one of our substantially separate programs that I can see when they get to the high school age that, we may need to send them out because their services are such that it's so severe. The projection for next year is very similar with our special education population. And then this is a breakdown of our staffing, just looking at it a different way with salaries. The next page is the breakdown of our support staff. And like I said, those 14 paraprofessionals are purely special education paraprofessional, except for one that runs our in-school suspension room. And then we do offer clubs at Wareham Middle School. They're after-school clubs. We offer about 13 after-school clubs that we're very proud of. It's a difficult age group, and they need some activities to do after school. We have a wonderful band and art program. We also have a great drama presentation. If you haven't ever seen it, please come see it. It's quite phenomenal. We run a junior honor society, so we try and do a lot of things for our students. One of the things that hits us hard is we used to have after-school buses for clubs, but that was cut years ago in a budget, so it's hard for some of our kids to get rides home after school. But we still have a large group of students who stay on Tuesdays and are excited about what we do, and very proud of their successes, not only academically, but definitely within the arts.
Tracy, just on staffing, so.
Yes.
You don't have a social worker?
I do.
Is there, okay.
Two.
If you look at, it might
Looks
be
like you
under,
have two.
it might be under guidance for, so I have 2 social workers, one was through ESSER funds. I have 2 guidance counselors, and then
Okay, I see, okay.
one social worker that only works with our substantially separate programs. Yeah. Okay.
Can
Go
I,
ahead, yes.
how important are those positions?
Oh my God. So in the past, maybe they weren't that important, but now they're really, really important. So, just to give you a for instance, on Friday, excuse me, I don't have COVID. I do have a sinus infection. On Friday, we had 3 students who came in that took all of our administrative time and our counselors' time, and they were just sad cases. We had to call the ambulance for one to bring them to crisis. one we had to file 251As on, and all of that, it just takes up so much time. But on top of it, we've got, you know, we have a population of students in Wareham that need a lot of our support. And those were severe cases, but then there were hot topics going around everywhere else. So it's just, the counselors have become it's so important in, I think, all schools across the country. We're living in some hard times. There's a lot of anxiety disorders still due to COVID. Anxiety over coming to school, anxiety of being away from their parents. But they also, in Wareham, come from traumatized families where drug and abuse and alcoholism and a lot being raised by family members that aren't their parents, and a lot of parents that have died, one or both of their parents. So in order to teach, we need to first get them to that point that
They need to be in a place to learn.
Or at least feel like they belong and support,
Yeah.
are supported.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
So this is a breakdown of, I guess Kristen's done the most important categories on this topic. We haven't increased anything in our budget. The only thing I did put an increase for is the lights in the whole building. There's LED lights, bulbs in them. We have ballasts, and the LED lights blow out the ballasts. But regardless, ballasts have to be replaced by an electrician, which is a royal pain in the neck, and it's a lot of money. So we used to spend about $10,000 to $20,000 on replacing ballasts and then putting in bulbs that weren't LED. So now we're working with companies to eliminate the ballasts because the LED bulbs have a little ballast in them. But this takes time. They tell me once we do that, we shouldn't have bulbs blow out very often because they're LED. And all of our light systems in the middle school, they have sensors, so if you're not in the room, it turns off automatically. So eventually, when all of this is replaced, we'll have a building that we don't need to hire electricians for, we don't have ballast, and the custodians can change, like you do at home, the light bulbs.
Is that under maintenance of building?
So that's coming, Kristen, I'm not sure where that went into, but I did add 30,000.
Yeah, I did see
Right.
that.
Somewhere, it was in one of your presentations, maybe, Kristen will be able to tell you where exactly it.
Right, I think under our increases, one of our major
Yeah.
increases, but it would be under maintenance and building and equipment, that's where you can see that.
So it costs, they're coming in December and it's $17,500 to do, I think, 300 lights. So my assistant principal says he thinks once that's done, we're about 60% done with the building. So we have 40% left. So I'm hoping within the next couple of years, it'll be all transitioned over. We do have an aging building. This building, I think, we were in it in 2005. So what we've noticed is we're coming up on the 20-year mark. The automatic faucets, they all died at once on us. So it's just funny, like once one goes, they all go. We have actuators and valves and motors inside those univents. And every time you replace an actuator, I think it's up to like $350 for one actuator. So when the HVAC guy says, Tracy, we really should get 10, and I'm like, well, we need to have them on hand, and we go through all 10, and then we order 10 more. So there's actuators for the heat, there's actuators for the AC. So just because you replace the heat actuator doesn't mean you're not gonna have to replace the AC actuator. And now the controls are going. So the controls in those units are controlled by this thermostat thing in every room, and the controls are starting to go. So we have to hire the specialized company to come do that, because they do that on the computer. And so I said to the guy, I had to just replace 2 to the tune of like $6,000. And I said, so how many more are gonna go this year? And he goes, well, once one goes. So what happens once they go, we have no control in the computer system to fix it. So either it's way too hot or it's freezing cold, so you have to get it fixed. But I'm hoping that I can fix 2 a year and be done, but I don't think so.
I'm always so impressed by your knowledge of the inner workings. Whether it's AC or, yeah,
I never
really
knew
am
any of this,
impressed.
but I try. One of my assistant principals is a contractor in his spare time, and so I'm like, all right, so tell me what this means, because I don't wanna just spend money if we don't have to spend money. So we really try and think about it. And my husband's also an electrician, so I try to like be like, do you think I really need to do this? And he'd be like, yeah, you really need to do it.
Actually, on a happier note,
Yes.
the first phase of your roof project is done.
Oh,
correct?
my God. And on a very happy note, since it's been done, I have had no leaks in A-Wing,
And that was my question.
That was the idea.
which is never, ever, ever the case. So A-Wing was the wing that,
Flood.
yes, flood 2 years in a row. So I feel very confident going into the winter in A-Wing. Now, I just pray the rest hold up until the summer.
I was gonna say, so phase 2 is next summer,
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah.
And so far, knock on wood,
Yeah.
you're not having serious problems with it,
No,
okay?
yeah, so I mean, next year is a bigger project.
Right.
What happened was they have to change the drains in the roof, and the roof was never, although they say it's a new roof, it really wasn't. When they redid this building, they just put a new layer down, they didn't change the whole inner working. So the drain had asbestos inside, so when you touch asbestos, so we ran into that problem that they thought it could be a possibility, but, so we're assuming the rest of the drains, when they do it, they need to, you know, abate, yep. And, it's all done very safe, but we could never do it when the kids are in school or the staff is here. So, next summer, and we know that the drains evidently take a long time to come in.
Order them now.
So,
that's right.
that's what I said
That's
to
right.
Dr. DeAndre, I said I'd be happy if they ordered them in January, so that we can start on time and get it done before the kids stop. The summary of Wareham Middle School, salaries, expenses, the total. And that's us in a nutshell. Any questions?
Tracy, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think you helped us get closer.
I
to the
always
other
do,
side.
I hope I get extra money for that.
Take a muffin before you go, that'll be
Yeah, that's the, yeah.
Your cost savings on
I am, I can save our time.
All right, is our elementary principal here?
She's not away.
Yep, she's here.
All right, look at this.
Greetings,
Hey!
everyone. How are
Hi,
you?
Bethany.
Am I sitting here?
You are, yeah.
Wonderful.
That's the hot seat.
Beautiful. Oh, hi, Jamie.
Okay, so welcome, Bethany. We just went through the high school and the middle school, and everybody's looking forward to hearing about the elementary school.
Well, hello. I'm Bethany Chandler, principal of Wareham Elementary School. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today to present this preliminary budget presentation. And here we are. Those are our students. Aren't they beautiful?
Can we talk, it says school of recognition
Oh,
up there,
yeah,
so
let's talk
brag.
about that for a moment. We're very proud to announce this. So, Wareham Elementary School was one of 63 schools in Massachusetts to receive a DDESI creditship of being a school of recognition. And that is because we grew from achievement and growth 82%. So this year, DESI has named us a school of recognition, so we're very proud to announce that.
And when did that happen?
Jeepers, beginning of, end of September, beginning of October,
Congratulations.
we were
Yeah.
announced the
That's a big
school
deal.
of recognition.
And a lot
Yes.
of work.
So our improved targets was 82% in comparison to other districts that were a little lower in surrounding areas.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of the, I mean, fourth grade across the state was bragging because they had like 2% increases in fourth grade, and our fourth grade went up 19%. It was pretty incredible, the improvement. So Bethany should be and is very proud. The whole staff is very proud, and that's due to a lot of good work.
Do you attribute that in part to the building itself?
I think that the climate and culture of the building improved. The aesthetics, it's bright, pleasing, warm, happy place to come to school every day. My attendance improved dramatically from the year before. Of course, and that is in part due to COVID, but we've put a lot of initiatives in place for attendance as well. But I do think that the building has there is some factor to it. Sure, it's a happy place to be.
And how is the improvement is measured on test scores?
On the MCAS, yes, both
It's just on
English
MCAS.
language arts and the mathematics as well as attendance.
Okay.
We are counted for from a rating of 0 to 4. And within our school, we received mostly 4s, a few 3s, and I think 1 or 2 2s in third grade with ELA. We have some work to do.
The state basically has been going down, down, down during the COVID period.
Right.
And they literally had to celebrate not continuing to go down. They didn't go back up. They literally had to celebrate not going down anymore. And across the country, Massachusetts does better than the average state by a lot because we have a highly educated parent population. But the country is in a relative crisis. So obviously, 1 year in which we went up was worth celebrating, and the state recognized it.
And we're working to achieve it again this year.
That heat is on.
Absolutely. This is our organizational chart currently. It has changed a bit from the previous year, from 2022 to 2023. We've reduced 2 assistant principals. We added a preschool department chair that's in lieu of an assistant principal to support the preschool program, which is pretty vast and detailed, and it does need that leadership support. We've maintained 49 teachers preschool through grade 4. We've reduced 1 unified arts teacher, that is a physical education teacher that has retired. We've maintained special education counselors. We've gone up 1 ELL teacher due to the doubling of ELL students in our school. And the rest remains the same with the nurses, paraprofessionals, secretaries, custodians, workers, and monitors. Thank you. Here you'll see the projected class enrollment as it stands. It's important to note that preschool is an open enrollment. Once the 77 was put in, I have additional 3 students, so there's 80 students currently in preschool. So we register preschool students throughout the year. Projected for next year 75, but that could grow as well. We have added a half section of preschool. We could find it very valuable, and we still have a waiting list for preschool for our peers. Preschool is a special education program, so we have half the population is special educator, there's students of special ed, and then half are peer models. The peer models are a paid tuition, and that is where we have a waiting list.
So you have I remember from building the school,
Yes.
you have a set number of classrooms dedicated to preschool. How many, is that 5?
There's 6.
There were 6.
There's
6.
6 classrooms. There's 6 classrooms, and the preschool classrooms are just a tiny bit larger than the kindergarten classrooms. However, if we ever change the models, all of those classrooms feature restrooms within the classroom. So I could change and offset the preschool and kindergarten. There's a little bit of flexibility. As a matter of fact, this year, because I added an additional preschool classroom, I moved one kindergarten classroom up to the next level in grade 1. I happen to have had a classroom on the end with a restroom in it for special ed that I moved, and so I have a kindergarten classroom that's working with a grade 1 classroom in a transition mode. So we do change it around just a bit to meet the needs.
So what I'm getting at is this waiting list for peer preschool.
Yeah.
What would it take for that waiting list to be accommodated?
I would have to relocate classes. I would have to juggle where kindergarten would go.
It wouldn't be
preschool-
easy.
It would not be easy, because I have a
So
limited
how
number.
large is that waiting list?
I think that we have about 32 students on the wait list
So you have 30 parents
who would
who
like
would
to
like
attend
to
our.
pay, who would like to pay for preschool
Mhm.
and cannot get into a new building that was built.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also a national problem, frankly, the absence of good preschools. And it's really unfortunate that we cannot accommodate those 30 families.
Well, just a reminder, MSBA doesn't pay or supplement pre-K. Because
What
it's
that was
not,
part of the building.
it's part of
Yes.
the building, and
Yeah.
so we thought we could expand, and we couldn't. We only had so much room through MSBA to offer that to pre-K
But are you also limited, do you have to keep a certain
ratio.
ratio of special ed to regular ed?
Correct.
So you probably couldn't take in, even if you had room, could you take in 30 regular ed students?
Well, I could. I would just have a regular ed preschool classroom.
Oh, so you could.
I could, sure. As long as the other classrooms had a ratio to them, I could have a peer model classroom that was just all regular ed.
So one way to accommodate it, to Joyce's point, is if the number of special ed students dropped,
Mhm.
you not only save money, but you could then accommodate more
More
of
tuition
of the
fees.
tuition-based students. So it's a great goal, but it's almost impossible for you to control.
Correct. But we've had conversations, Dr. DeAndrea and I, about expanding somehow, someday, the preschool program.
Where do these 30 kids, is there another place for them to go in?
Well,
Private.
yeah, there's other daycares within the community that
There are.
also pay, but
Mhm.
our teachers are certified teachers, dual certified, with special ed and regular ed, Massachusetts certifications. We
Teaching
have
reading.
an accredited program with support services in place as well. So it's a great place to learn and be a part of, so.
How much does it cost for a peer student to go to our preschool?
What do we have? What is that tuition? $3,000?
Complete, and that's completely funded by the parents,
Yes,
regardless of their income status?
yes.
That's tough. And how is that number controlled? Does the state tell us you can charge this amount?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's state. We just look at the other surrounding towns and that's how we create that monthly payment. And kindergarten, I always estimate here with projected enrollment, but over the past 7 years that I've been school principal, our numbers have gone from about 172, I think was one of my lowest, 172, to about 201. I had a very large class. So it fluctuates for about 25 students, I've noticed. So I project 180. I have an upshoot a little bit just because of some of the developments that are happening in Wareham. And then from there, I just took last year's for next year, as you can see. But that is a total enrollment, 945. I do think it will be possibly a little higher than that due to some of the developments, but we will see. Average class size is 20 in Wareham Elementary School. I try to keep lower class sizes in the earlier grades. Right now, though, I'll tell you that what I have projected for my class staff, for staffing, is I have 10 teachers for kindergarten. I have 9 teachers for grade 1, which would be about 19 students per class. Grade 2, I have 9 teachers projected, which is 20 students per class. Grade 3, I have 8 teachers projected, which is about 20 to 21 students per class. And in grade 4, I have only 7 teachers right now. I'm holding to it with that 163, which is about 22 students per class. So my class sizes are relatively large at the elementary school. Okay. Here are these figures from this year, and they're going to be similar to next year. I do want to note about special education. 254 students are on special ed plans, 27%. However, it's important for you to know that roughly 46 of those students are preschool students. So it does drop my number to 24%. So 3% of that population are students who are preschoolers. My ELL, as you can see, I have 24 students who are ELL students this year. That's double what we've had in the past, and that's why we do have the 2 ELL teachers supporting our school. One of which actually supports the district too. He does go to the other 2 schools, so I really have like 1.5.
Your front desk is famous for having about 24 languages saying.
Yes,
saying
and we
well.
need it now.
Any estimate as to how many languages are spoken in your school?
Well, we have Spanish, we have Portuguese, we have French, Creole now. So there's 3. Arabic, yep. We have an Egyptian population of Arabic. I think that's 4. I think we're about 4 languages right now. Yeah. But in the past, we've had Chinese students. It's really varied. And so our ELL teachers do a very good job of navigating all of these languages to be able to teach our students. And so and I just put the same here. It's interesting, I've just enrolled 3 Egyptian students just now, so the number fluctuates again. And some of our students who have just enrolled that are located through housing here are finding temporary housing, are finding permanent housing, so they're vacating. So it's a little bit, it's kind of an open enrollment here, a little bit.
How do they end up in Wareham?
That's a
The
big
state.
question. Just the state, right?
The state
shelter
found
part.
shelter.
The shelter part is the state. I don't know about
Shelter.
everybody else though, because there's.
The shelter is
probably
through the
non-shelter.
state.
Yes.
And they're through, and I've been to the shelter. I went to the hotel, met the National Guard is there,
Very nice.
working with the immigrants.
And there's no guarantee they'll be here the following year.
No,
Or
In
either.
fact, the likelihood.
I've lost 2 from there already, of the 11.
And Kristen, the reimbursement for these students comes from the state, okay?
Yes.
And how much is it?
We received 1 grant, or we're in the process of receiving it based on the numbers of students that you have. I think that's roughly, I want to say, about 20,000 or so.
Yeah.
And then we're also set to receive, as are all school districts that have newcomers, I believe it's $104 per student per day.
Right.
And that's, we're just not sure how that's gonna trickle down to us in the local school districts yet. That information hasn't been made clear quite yet, but other than that, it's right now $104 per student per day.
That's
Is
over
it-
and above the grant money?
Yes.
They say it's gonna be given, paid quarterly, but
Right.
there's just not a lot of detail out there.
Right.
I'm thinking it's probably gonna come the same way some of our other payments, like our circuit breaker payment or that, payments of that nature. But we just haven't received confirmation as to how you, if it's just going to be automatic from the state based on any of the numbers that have been reported or
have the
they're aware of,
Yeah.
or if we ourselves, someone in the finance department or student services, have to report it and then receive it back.
Are you saying that if they have special needs, they may or may not be eligible for circuit breaker?
Oh, no, I just said that's how, I'm envisioning that the funds are going to come as the same way circuit breaker comes. It's just a quarterly disbursement
Okay,
through,
but
yes.
That's one answer. If they have special needs, is that recognized?
I would imagine that once the circuit breaker claim is filed, if they meet the threshold of roughly 50,000, then as an enrolled student, they would be captured for that circuit breaker reimbursement.
And they're reported as a student like any other student, you know, in terms of the number of students in the district. They're not some special category of student.
No.
Okay.
That $104 per student quarterly, does that impact your budget and paying the bills per se? I don't see how it would, but, you know what I'm
Right,
saying, you gotta still
so,
pay your bills.
right, so right now, we're incurring some costs, that we've essentially haven't received the cash yet from the grant or that $104. So we have to find ways to pay for that, which would be likely through the local operating budget. So there may be some, shifting of funds if say we have to purchase certain, I think there's some licenses that we're looking for that have to be purchased that we don't actually have the funds in hand for. So that might be a purchase in order to get those licenses here for these students. We make out of the local operating budget. And then after the fact, once we have that grant money, it would have to be, we would do a journal entry to just switch the expenses from one fund to the other, so.
Basically moving money around. But it's there.
Okay, and basically this is just a list of the salaries by position grade, number of teachers, and the cost, what has been budgeted for. And a continuation of that, related services are like our occupational therapy, speech therapy, and as well as guidance, school psychologists, and then 4 stipended positions for advisory.
Similar to the other schools, is it true that all your paraprofessionals are related to special education?
No. I will tell you, I have 10 preschool paraprofessionals. Each preschool classroom, because they're special ed, requires at least 1 paraprofessional. I have 10 preschool paraprofessionals. I have 14 sub-separate special education paraprofessionals for the 6 sub-separate programs that we offer at Wareham Elementary School, and I have 6 instructional paraprofessionals, which has been reduced over a number of years.
And what did they do, those 6?
The 6 are divided by the grade level and work during interventions, during our boost or our high impact instruction time, where our students are divvied up by their level of reading and writing skill, and they work with small groups.
So that's, I don't know if you've been in the new school, but there are actually little areas in the school so that the class can be subdivided. And so that's when these 6 paraprofessionals would play a role?
Yep, that's exactly where they would utilize. They pull out students from various classrooms and test them lots of times, like in early ages, like with their sight words or their beginning, ending sounds, or their letter, depending on which grade level we're talking about. So that's a great feature of our school.
I would say they're instrumental in working toward the school of recognition, for example, because we're grabbing at that, where we know exactly where the students are and where they need to go, and then the teacher advises the paraprofessional, and they get to work helping our kids firm up those skills.
Yep, and then this is just a continuation of the salary breakout. Questions?
What's attendance been like this year?
Excellent. I think we're at 95% right now.
That is good.
95%
Sims.
is
On
really,
Sims. I
really good.
just, 95.5, I just put it, I saw it, we wrote it right there as of October.
October
And,
Sims, which is
You know, the guidance department did a beautiful job. We talked last year, it was part of, the goals, one of the goals of the school improvement plan to improve attendance. It was also superintendent's goal. So we just worked together and they did something very fantastic, very simple recognition. They created signs for every classroom that says, "My class has perfect attendance." They're laminated. We have these beautiful glass interior windows. The teacher puts it up. The guidance department goes around every single day, finds out which classrooms have perfect attendance, write them down for me, and every single morning I announce which classes have perfect attendance. And they get so excited about just that small recognition. And it works, and what it does is it just makes like classes shine out. And now teachers are saying, "I want you to know it's been all week, so now I say this." So teachers, people are buying in, and it doesn't cost any money. It's just a recognition. And it was created by the guidance department. So
I gotta believe that 95 plus is much better than the state average. Do we have any
Yeah,
idea
it's
what the
good.
state average is?
I don't know at the moment, because this is from October Sims collection, so
Mhm.
the actual number is 95.5, which is great, but I'm not sure
I
if I
doubt if
have
it's
the.
that high. I doubt if it's.
Exactly.
I doubt it's there.
And I gotta believe there's a direct correlation with attendance and MCAS performance.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yes,
absolutely. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it's just a momentum happening at
And
the
the
school.
culture.
And the culture, it's just a momentum, and it started, it's really like from the superintendent's goals to my goals to becoming the teachers' goals, and now the teachers are buying, the parents, you can feel the parents buying it. Sometimes they'll call, "I am so sorry, my child's," there's
Don't
just,
send
we
them sick.
all
Right,
have, we're all bought into making sure that, knowing how important school is to be at every single
Do you
day.
have any COVID problems at all this year, basically?
Knock on something.
Knock on wood, I
How
haven't
about-
had any.
Okay, and how about flu problems?
Not that has been brought to my attention, no,
Okay. Staff or children?
no.
Okay.
My staff attendance, I think, has gone up too. I check it and now it's part of what we report on. And I feel an uptick there too, so it's
That's good news.
good news. Here are some of our expenses. Custodial supplies, we have a large school, so you wouldn't believe how much toilet paper and paper towels end up costing in the end. Heating, again, very large school, 3 stories. Utilities, really, pretty high. But again, we're not just 2 schools in one. If you can remember, we used to be 3, 4, 5 elementaries. We had East, we had West, we had Hammond, Minot, and Deacon. So this is one very large school that we are accommodating many children in. Internet copy lease. I'm hoping the copy lease won't go down, but I'm hoping my copy paper goes down a little bit. We put into the budget for Amplify, which is a reading program that we're utilizing this year. It has workbooks in it. And boy, oh boy, my copy machines they're taking a break. They're happy. So we have reading workbooks that children are writing in again with our new curriculum.
If you're wondering why heat is separate from utilities, because the state mandates that we separate it
Where does Chromebooks come in? You have Chromebooks here too, correct?
district-wide.
Yep, that comes into technology.
Okay. Because the rest of it, the supplies.
Computer supplies, yeah, and that doesn't necessarily come out of my budget, it may come out of Bonnie's as well. Bonnie and I sat together, just to create this figure. What I budgeted for next year was simply some screens she's asked me for, repair, costs. We have cords, replenishing cords for students or cords that are broken, so that's a lot of this $6,500.
But if you take out Chromebooks, you're really only paying $46 a student for supplies,
Well,
educational supplies.
Except Title I.
Okay.
So Title I
Oh, yes.
covers pre-K to 4. And so many of the bigger line items are coming from Title I.
Okay.
Oh,
So that,
so yeah, under instructional supplies, I upped it a bit this year, so we could have the Amplify workbooks, but we're going to share that out
yep, so we work together, but Title I supports that.
to offset that cost.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't see.
Yeah, it's not a lot, no, but there is a lot.
Yeah.
Bethany, could you talk a little bit about the role of Chromebooks in the curriculum and instruction and when it begins? For example, does
yeah.
pre-K use?
Pre-K does not use Chromebooks.
Special ed.
Um,
iPads.
It's the special ed, the special ed preschool program will use iPads, those students especially, who may be autistic or have verbal, delays, they
So
are.
that raises a question, sorry. So a peer student
Mhm.
is not a special ed student. So
Correct.
special ed students literally are given Chromebooks and their peers may or may not have something similar?
The devices that would be used for preschool for technology it would be related usually to their special needs
Okay.
in order for them to verbalize or understand what's happening in their classroom in order.
So not every pre-K sped student has a device?
No,
Okay, so
No.
there's no discrimination between
no,
peer?
no,
okay.
not at all.
So-
Maybe 7 have a
So
device.
Chromebooks are given starting in kindergarten?
Kindergarten.
Okay,
Mhm.
and what kind of role does a Chromebook play in kindergarten and on up?
Well, I think first it's just a familiarity of technology and being able to utilize the keys and manipulate. You wouldn't believe the skills they do already have. But it just supports the instruction. A lot of the programming we have through the Chromebook, well, our main program is also utilized within the Chromebook, which is Amplify, is our new reading program that has access online, as well as the mathematics. But we use a lot of supplemental programming. We use our Chromebooks for a lot of Lexia for reading enrichment, mathematics. We do extra math, we do ST math, which is a lot of practice. And for our children, in order for them to be proficient in mathematics, one of the pieces is automaticity. And so some of our computer programs just help students be able to practice, especially in mathematics and reading, their fluency, and in mathematics, their fluency in math with our automaticity. We do a lot of writing in the upper grades on our Chromebooks because we have to practice the MCAS, and all of our testing, the NUIA, is online, typing. Their essays are typing. So our students really have to become proficient by 3rd grade on how to write an essay on a Chromebook. So utilizing the Chromebooks is, we work through them a lot.
Do you teach script?
Yes, and the new Amplify program does as well. Handwriting is a component and a
Yes.
feature of our new program, and it begins right into kindergarten, where the students learn how to write these big lines and know how to and able to utilize their occupational therapy skills to be able to draw and create letters. So that's a new feature. I think there's been a deficit in our
Yeah.
programming with script for a while, but Amplify has penmanship back in it.
Nice to hear.
A lot of schools are bringing that back.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just the ability to sign your name, think about it.
So
And read cursive writing.
Yes.
My 25-year-old can read cursive writing.
it's a
Exactly.
balance, and I think, we have to watch that pendulum. Oftentimes we go we have to be careful, we have to practice on the Chromebook, we have to practice our typing, but we also have to practice our writing and our longhand too, and essay, and building the stamina to be able to write as well. So, it was interesting to see in the Amplify program. I was a little surprised. I was looking at the work. I was like, oh, they even have a separate workbook for it in our program.
Also, just for the technology purposes, we need to know where our kids are at all times. And all of the assessments, we have an assessment calendar that's very robust. It's formal and informal, so it's teacher directed as well as through NUIA and Upgrowth and oral reading fluency. But we need that information in order to help kids, and the more immediate we have that information, the more we can get into action to make sure we know where every student is, so that then we can get in there and help them in various different ways that we are. So that's also used for that purpose, and for teachers to meet and talk about data and where their instruction is and who's doing what and how to, who's getting results. And So it's important.
And it's part of the students' toolbox, these Chromebooks, just part of their toolbox now. And it's changed over time, and I could say in about 7 or 8 years ago, it was like, as Dr. Schwam spoke about, when we were testing, it became like this the magnitude of it was so profound. Now it's as easy as it comes. The student opens up the Chromebook, the test is right there, they take it, the data is instantaneous. And so it just shows how we've evolved over the years and the use of our technology. Any other questions about the Wareham Elementary School?
I got one comment, these guys are sitting here whispering, the award you guys won from the state,
Yep.
how come that hasn't made the Wareham Weekly yet? Did I miss
It
it?
was,
It-
but
It wasn't very big, I never saw it.
We should make it bigger. It made the Boston Globe. We were in the Boston
didn't see it.
Globe.
Should be front page news.
I know, we
I
were
know.
in the Boston
Need a
Globe.
banner out front or something.
I had thought about that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be too
You should get a banner.
boastful.
We need to be bold and boastful.
But-
One of the things that I think people have a hard time understanding
Sorry,
is,
Victoria, the
if,
bus.
even if
No,
we
it's
individually
true.
accept
I
that these are the
didn't see it in
facts,
the weekly.
you really have to sell the idea,
Cover to cover.
whatever it is, whether it's that the sewer needs to be repaired or whatever. You can't just assume people will understand that, you have to explain it in a lot of detail, you have to sell yourself. Yeah, the way it is.
It's true. It's true.
Or you could have it out on your new sign.
Yeah.
Yes. I have it on the interior signs for all of us.
Oh,
but maybe I
The rest of
can
us don't.
reflect it on the out.
Yeah.
I have people that might be able to do that for us.
It wasn't, it was in the Wareham
It
Week,
was.
right?
It
But
was,
it just
but
was in the body
It
of
was
the,
embedded with all
the,
It was embedded.
the article about the MCAS results. It wasn't the headline.
Should
Oh,
actually
it
be
should
a
have-
headline.
That should have been a headline, yeah.
Headline,
I mean, in
absolutely.
my
I
mind.
agree.
Because I missed it.
Yeah.
And Julie missed it
I
also.
know, and we definitely read it every week. Okay.
See if I'm in there.
But it's a big deal, and we're
It is a
very
big
excited
deal.
about it.
It's amazing.
We're
It's
moving,
awesome.
which is great.
And we will continue to do so.
Yep.
Bethany, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so at this point, we did have a break. Do you guys want to take a break, or you just want to
Very,
keep?
I need it very short.
Okay, sure, let's take a 5 minutes.
I got some coffee.
You.
Now that I found the
You.
note.
Yeah, Jamie was just gonna show up, so we're just gonna skip over her, keep going when she shows up.
No problem.
You know, I came from the school system, where parents came, particularly the elementary schools. Do you have any parents coming? Or is it just too?
Volunteer?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they volunteer.
Do
We
you?
had a big, we had a lot and then COVID.
Yeah.
And so we're
That's my-
back to building
that's, I
back up
guess,
again.
my question.
We're building
Yeah.
it back up again, but yes, we do.
Do you advertise it?
I mean,
We're like, Laura and I are on this mission to get
We
rid
do a
of
lot of
shade.
quarries.
A lot.
We do a lot of quarries, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I bet.
So,
Yeah.
it's within the school, they're always soliciting volunteers.
Okay.
But they help us a lot with our reading math.
I'm retiring the end of this next
Oh,
month,
good.
so.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter is she's a teacher in Austin, Texas, but she was a sped student from kindergarten.
Look at him
on.
going for
We
the
lived in
healthy.
Concord, and
Very-
they, they had a
very
lot of
impressive
different placements
for
that
you.
it didn't.
Yeah.
And she got a lot of support, and I'm really glad that we didn't move,
Well, you gotta go with
do
the
that
plan.
whole route, but she's very empathetic. She's a great sped teacher because she understands.
So my daughter is
It's like-
special ed too, so
Yeah.
I understand. It's
They really are, yeah, and she loves it and wouldn't want to do anything else, but it's a tough job for sure. All teaching is tough. Thank you.
It's rewarding though.
Yeah, she finds it very rewarding, yeah.
Feel like you're making a difference, right?
Yeah.
I am. Yes.
Spot of coffee. Yeah, it's like this.
Which
Oh, good, good. Sorry. Sorry, no problem.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Oh, Julie Moran.
Julie, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I just want to make sure I had it right in the
Nice to
notes.
meet you.
Thank you.
I was wandering around, where's
No.
door 22? You found it.
You don't need special nights. That, you don't need special nights. Just a little bit, yeah. The whole room.
So we actually have a shot on there, and I can hear everybody.
Nice.
They know they're gonna try.
I mostly hear whoever's in front of the camera though, but it gets the whole room.
It's still up in the
It's
air.
amazing.
It's
You know, as a
like
mother,
the lawyer.
So for me, though,
Fine.
I wish I had every mic at every
Make sure
table
she
and
got the
everything, but.
services.
Nothing
Good
else.
enough is the bottom line.
Oh yeah, everything's coming crystal clear, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
awesome.
but a lot of this stuff.
Sometimes it's shoot where it's just so echoey and you don't hear anybody.
Kids back.
Yeah.
That was old, yeah.
You don't think about those things, the old schools. They didn't have it.
Katie has 6 kids, and one of them is severely handicapped, same thing. And they had to move the child to another school because there was no.
heard Willie
A lot of things that the average person doesn't think about.
And one of them has, she has epilepsy, and so there is a
Yeah, it was.
nurse that is next door. Katie's been trained how to do basic things, but then to pull the nurse in. So it's just, and you wonder, because when you were growing up, you didn't have that. And then I think here, you've got psychological trauma. It's just, every day I got to deal with the kind of stuff that she does.
Yeah. You know, it's funny when I first moved to Wareham, I'm the guy that does the flashes. But the point being, I couldn't believe how my grandparents were raising kids.
Mother and father. Drugs and alcohol.
You don't think about that. Yeah, I agree with that. But that's multitude of reasons, but it's.
My parents basically raised my kids, not legally, officially.
Yeah, yeah,
If it's not for them, I don't even know.
Yeah, to that one. If my daughter started on a really tough one.
Joyce, if you have
She
to
has
take
10
off, you don't feel, well,
8 of
then
them are
we
being
would have
raised
to
by non-parents. And she said the biggest thing, it wasn't their fault.
There is
They had other children they would take care of, so she set up these meetings and they just couldn't make it. Finally, they moved to Virtual, which helped a little. And she said, these poor grandparents were overwhelmed. Just so much, so hard.
You know, I mean, my wife's sister's got TV. Right. Mobility issues and things like that. And she went to school, they wanted her in school. You know, but mine was fine. I mean, she still works. She's 60 years old now, so she's not a kid. I went to there with the warrants and went to middle school and stuff. And having high school, they had, eventually the elevators went in, went back to her, but these are things that people don't think about, you know, I mean, they go to school outside that.
Yeah, AD, yeah. No, but it is, it's just.
Yeah, well, there's pouring better quickly. All right, so we're just gonna go right to here.
Bit of research there.
And then,
I gave everybody a little bit.
and Melissa is supposed to be at 10:40. It's already 10:45, so that's fine, that's fine.
We should add 2 more
You, I mean, you
classrooms.
just have your one slide,
Even under
right?
budget, God, we just added 2 more classes
Well,
with little bathrooms.
Matt, can I write to all of them some new times,
Always,
some
always.
new start times?
I think it's,
But you know, it's it's hard.
Well, they all need, I just wanna give them, they're all texting me throughout the meeting, so
Yeah.
I'd like to just give them like, well, can we try and?
yeah, I mean, just
These
we're
kids
30
are
minutes behind.
add 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, because Andrea was supposed to start
I'm going now.
at 10:30.
parents just kept.
So we're 15.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah,
20
so
yeah,
maybe
well, we're about
20, tell them to add 20
You know, we have a
minutes.
state law that says every child needs to be educated to the best.
Tell Melissa to be here at 10:50. I mean, it's really, well, no, at 11.
Well, Andrea, are you gonna be 10 minutes, or do you think it'll go longer? Everything's going about.
It's kind of,
Alright,
yeah, except my
My
wife.
father and my father-in-law, they graduated from high school, moved to a school.
Yeah,
But yet
I
there
buy
are jobs
everything
out
with
there
grants,
that
so.
they could earn enough to raise
Honestly,
families.
That's why, not
They're not out here anymore. These kids have to come out with some kind
And
of
the technology
skills. I'm not saying
is-
college is the
No,
answer,
but
but
you're
they
right.
need to come out with some kind of skills. And how do you get to that point?
I know. Otherwise, they're in the service industry and you raise a family on those.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That, back in the 50s, you
Yeah.
could.
Yeah.
Today, you can't.
Yeah, but and by service industry, I mean cleaning,
Yeah.
waitresses,
No, I mean, yeah.
not tradespeople who, you could, and you still can.
Okay.
Colleges
Let's
that
do
these
it.
kids have gone to, that's a, given all the challenges, that's a pretty damn good.
Yeah,
4 years, second year, secondary school.
We always this graduation is always about the same. 79% of the kids are going on to
And then
college.
do they stay?
I would always ask that question, and so last year, I told them, I forget the 79 and then 13% were going to the military. And it was like 4% were going in the workforce. They didn't want to put the number out there. And I said, you gotta give all the kids credit. I mean, everybody thinks it doesn't make them good or bad, it just makes them unique.
And the big issue with executive secondary school is graduation rates, and that's a challenge. Financial, other challenges that come up.
Yeah, because I see now, all these colleges are now 5-year schools.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah,
Even 6, some of them
Yeah.
even 6. But they keep that in the sequence,
Make sure we don't have it.
Oh, yeah, what do you mean?
yeah. But that Bridgewater State program is a great program.
Yeah.
70 minutes, she was in minutes.
Unless we back.
Maybe they just didn't want to be done. But it's just a,
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I'm sure that elementary school, really great morale booster to walk into.
Okay, all right, folks. We're gonna move on to curriculum, instruction, assessment, and evaluation. The responsibilities of our assistant superintendent.
Hi, everyone. I also manage 10 grants in that whole system of what happens in our office, and my secretary manages all of the financial elements of that through spreadsheets and so forth, so,
And reporting, right?
and reporting, exactly. So it's a busy place, but I'm happy to be doing it, and I've learned quite a bit since I've been here in Wareham. This is my 10th year in the position, and I also am responsible for all of the professional development that happens within the district, so it's curriculum, instruction, assessment, professional development, and I participate in strategic planning and leadership networks and go to all the department meetings and all of those kind of things to see where we are, what we need, and how I can best fulfill the needs of each school.
And you do one other thing. How many evaluations do you do?
Not as, probably 10 total.
That's not
It's
insignificant.
So I evaluate, I evaluate wherever the staff, like, for example, when there's an overabundance of evaluations, what we try to do is be really careful with how many, because teaching and learning is key, obviously, to our students' success. And so we try not to overwhelm people with too many evaluations so that we can be in frequently. Our numbers are about, I want to say that we do around between 12 and 1,500 observations a year through the district. So and many of them are walking through and having conversations and coaching and things like that. So I'll take on anyone who needs it, but I also consistently evaluate the department chairs and assistant principals and things like that. So I'll participate wherever anyone needs to, and I'm grateful that I've developed the trust from people to feel okay that I'm doing so, which I think is important as well. Anyway, the office supplies speak for themselves, and that number has changed dramatically since I've arrived. I really removed all of it and put it out into the schools as much as possible. That's the goal, always. I also am part of the Mass Association of Superintendents, and I take classes sometimes when they're relevant. Last year I participated in the Race, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Initiative, which was a year-long class, and any other classes that are applicable. I also mentor assistant superintendents from other districts. So I'll do things like that, and I never put in for travel reimbursement because I just don't. So anytime I can save
anytime, I try very much to do that. The supplementary supplies, so like I said before, Title I covers a lot of that in the elementary, but there are programs that the other schools need, so I try to balance out some of that with some of these other. So we have a math program at the middle school that we use, which is Savvis. We are currently also piloting Century Math, which is cheaper than Savvis. So, and it went really well last year for grade
Excuse me,
7.
Andrea, you're not on this slide, are you?
There is no, that's it. That's
Oh.
the only slide you have.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to explain it quickly too. I know people are under time constraints. But anyways, we have it's a artificial intelligence math program, which is also non-generative, so it's controlled by the company itself. In other words, it's not ChatGPT. It's very different than that. They have our standards all aligned with Massachusetts, and actually have multiple ways in which students can access learning through
Could you
that, and also
explain-
assessment.
Could you explain the difference between generative and non-generative?
Generative is a global sort of input into that system, and so you might ask ChatGPT a question, and you might get the right answer depending upon what the algorithms have popped back out again. With non-generative, it's controlled within the system itself, so nothing is by surprise, or you know that the information that you're getting is the right information, and it's the correct information, yes. So anyway, we're using that program, and it could be a cost savings down the line, which is also something I'm very, I really hope we make that happen. For example, the paras at the way that we do reading instruction was efficient because instead of having a RTI model where we had to hire interventionists, which was a separate position, right, which we then had to let go of because we couldn't afford it. We split the students out based on what they need, and teachers then share students, and then we can flood the most needy with any extra stuff, not extra necessarily, but inclusion and OT, PT, speech and language, whoever we can are able to accommodate the students that need it more, whereas they don't need it so much with the other levels. So it's more efficient, it's more cost efficient, and we can actually maintain a level of service to our students, which we wouldn't have been able to if we had done the other model. So I'm always sort of trying to figure out the best way or the most efficient way that we can have the best opportunities, and I mean the best opportunities for all of our students at the same time, also managing a tight budget. Which is why I also have all these grants, right? So that we can do that as well. Professional development include a lot of things. However, this year I have been able to use some grants to defray that cost. So right now there's been no money spent in that line. So I'm looking at ways in which I can not spend LEA money as much as possible. Not that I want to take it away necessarily, which is also what happens. Is that you don't use it and it goes. But so it's a catch-22. But nonetheless, nothing has been spent from that line yet. We do have Cape Cod Collaborative Professional Development. They offer an all Cape Day every year, a full day of professional development for otherwise lesser amount of people are served in the greater good, right? So that we have art, nurses, guidance counselors, so they offer great professional development, gym teachers, and things like that. That's a little bit that we wouldn't necessarily offer a whole huge PD to because we don't have as many people. They had foreign language, they had a lot to offer this year, and so we partner with them and they send us their schedule, and that's offered to everyone to then participate in that, and so we pay them for that.
So these are non-sped teachers who are sort of
Correct, they're just professional development.
Professional
that
development.
could be useful to them.
Right.
Got it, okay.
And every year we have it, usually October. This year I think it was October 6th or 7th. And then next year we'll have it, we had it, and we probably will continue if the rest of the Cape and Islands, we try to have it on President Election Day, because a lot of schools are used for voting,
Right.
and we don't want the students in the schools.
Right.
So we might switch it up to November, but it's every year there's something offered, and it's pretty robust. a lot of people enjoy it from our district. We also offer training through Research for Better Teaching for any new evaluator that comes in so that they're consistent with how they do their evaluations. It's a very good program. It's part of the contractual obligation, but it's also a good program. And other external professional development that might be offered, but it's been very manageable. And then the software is huge line, and we offer, for example, Lexia at the middle school for special education. We have Lexia at the elementary for everyone, and that is covered through Title I, but I need to cover the students in the middle school, so money will come from there. We have another system called Ed Puzzles. We have Vibe Education, Edulastic, Follett Question Banks. It goes on. So there are a number of different software that we have to get licenses for every year, and all of them are either whole district, which would be our Teach Point, which is our evaluation system and how we keep track of that information. And then SurveyMonkey is small. We use that just to get information back from people as much as possible, and we're actually transitioning that to Google because we're able to make it used to be that you couldn't have it be anonymous through Google, and so people were nervous about answering questions on surveys. That's why we had SurveyMonkey, but it seems that we now can key it up so that it's anonymous feedback, which is great. And Century right now is being paid, and that cost is $1,570, so it's not a lot of money for that math program for 7th grade, which is exciting, and it's free for all the piloting that we're doing. And they come and see us, and it's nice. They offer PD for our teachers. It's all free, which has been good at the middle school. We also have a Clever, which is an integration system where it's a one sign-on. So if you go into Clever, you can access all of the programs that we have. So it's all on a dashboard, and teachers just go in, log in, and then can click and go, which is nice. And part of our strategic plan of digital convergence, because it can be complicated with so many things going on. And Mystery Science we use at the elementary, ST Math at the middle school. And we've done a lot of data collection with ST Math, and we've seen the latest data. They compared our MCAS math results with the usage of ST Math by students. And so it's a supplemental program. I love data, so I'm sorry, but I do. I look at data all of the time. And I think they averaged a 12-point gain on all of those students on the math MCAS as a result. And our growth was substantial. So we're not where we'd like to be as far as right at proficiency in some areas, but our growth has been unbelievable, so we're getting there. So anytime we can assess it using data, it helps a lot. And so I think there's a lot that goes on. As far as grants last year, and that few are multi-year, we've got a great partner grant with Buzzards Bay Coalition. And so our students have been on field trips, learning about the environment and the water. And the teachers have also participated in professional development so that they can then teach teachers. And that grant has been phenomenal. I think every student in the middle school has been there so far, and our teachers have attended 2 or 3 different PD sessions, and they say it's the best ever. So it's been really dynamic.
So they go over to onset for that?
Yeah, it's been great. And that actually happened as a result. Matt had a meeting with them, and then we started talking, and then one thing led to another. So that's been a fantastic partnership, and we're very excited about it. And actually, Jane's program has been involved with them. The Beyond School Time program has been involved with them for a long time, but it's just sort of a jump in, and the grant has helped us a great deal with that. We also have a grant for the genocide education, which was a law passed to teach about genocide in schools. So we were given a grant from the governor for teaching genocide education. So we're offering professional development facing history and ourselves, which is a dynamic program out of Brookline that's been there for a very long time. And one of my favorite, I've been to their professional development. So they're doing for our staff professional development. And then we have a big grant that we received was through the SOA Trust Fund grant, and that's helping the high school a great deal. We were able to, we needed to gather some more information for them, and we know that the budget's tight, so the grant has helped us so much. We have two more teachers we were able to hire, and then 2 programs we received from that, which are very expensive nowadays.
What is SOA?
Student Opportunity Act,
Oh.
but it's separate from the big,
Funding.
they took it from that funding, I get, and they put it into a trust so that it's a different way of funding, so it's not just placed into the Chapter 70, it's separate
It's
from.
dedicated.
It's dedicated, right. When it sort of melts into the Chapter 70, and we only received, I think, $65,000 through that, through the Student Opportunity Act, through Chapter 70, wasn't a lot. This grant was $482,750. So that was at over 3 years. So we have that to work with, and that was a really big win for us in applying for that grant, for the high school specifically.
Question. We all, in our perfect world, we wish we had a grant writer for the school, for all of these different areas. And one of the challenges we hear is, I know you have one person who's administering and doing all of that. Is that a challenge, going after grants when you just don't have the bodies to do all the reporting, administration, all of that?
Well, I would say that Wareham has a massive number of grants. I want to say 35 between our federal and private.
Okay.
We really do try to capitalize on that.
Yeah.
As much as possible. Keeping track of where all of that is going is a challenge for sure. So we try to put a percentage of it into that salary, so that the person managing the grant on the fiscal end, the spreadsheets, the where it's going, the invoices, of all of that goes on, that there's a portion of it that actually goes to that. But we don't have a grant writer. A lot of districts do.
Right.
So we all just do our best and try to, and we also don't do it if it doesn't follow our mission and vision.
Right.
Because what's happened also is that say the department has a grant and they say this program is great. And the next year they say, oh, no, we have this grant and this program is great. So you're pulling that program and you're putting another program and it doesn't work, right? So what we do is we look at our plan and we look at we talk to the schools, we have great communication, and we figure out how can we best serve our students, what do they need, and then where do we go from here to then capitalize on the grants that will work for us, which makes it less arduous, because we know exactly ahead of time where that spending will come from. So I think that helps a great deal.
Thank you.
Sure.
Interesting.
Andrew, question about grants. Multiple questions, but I don't want to take too much time. What percentage of the grants we do are recurring and non-recurring?
The recurring would be the federal.
No state?
No,
Okay.
not that I'm aware.
Okay, and
I would say
There's uncertainty year to year.
James, maybe?
Maybe some of
Yeah,
James,
the
21st century, or they're
continuation.
multi-years, or
Yes.
continuation, but they're not a guarantee. So you have more of a guarantee when you've got federal
okay.
funding than you do with state funding.
So it's really just the title grants and the IDEA grants, which are the special education grants. So
Mhm.
there's three title grants that we have.
And then there's Perkins.
And then there's Perkins, right? And then
From a,
2 special education.
so from a dollar perspective, let's call those recurring.
Okay.
What percentage of the total grants would you say those recurring federal grants are?
Well, let's say,
Round numbers, round numbers.
let's say it's 2, would you say like 1.5 million with the recurring?
They're our biggest dollar value grants, so even though there's a few of them in number,
Right.
but they're the
I'm just-
biggest
They're the big
dollars.
hits.
Just
So,
dollars, just dollars.
Let's see.
I would say like 1.4.
Total dollars of those
Yeah, how
federal
much, what
grants?
percentage of the whole budget?
Of the grant budget.
It's a significant,
So for last year,
Well, while they're coming up with numbers, one of my biggest concerns, and it has been for years, is we get these grants, and they're really successful, and they really do good things, and all of a sudden, they disappear. And you've got these staff who have done great work, and we now have to go to the LEA budget to find the money to keep them working. So the recurring, in theory, means we can count on that money every year, and we can keep the staff that are doing the great work. So what you're telling me, I guess, is that a significant percentage of the dollars are recurring grants, as compared to every once in a while we get these very nice grants, but at the end of the year they're gone, and therefore all the expenses associated with them have to come from the LEA budget, or we have to eliminate. And so, Kristen, what do you think it's 3/4, 80% are recurring?
I would say so. I mean, I'd like to just sort of
Okay.
like extract
I
that
wonder
out,
if-
but
And my biggest
just looking at
concern
the list
is,
from last year.
at a national level, I mean, frankly, the House of Representatives now is no guarantee that anything is recurring.
No.
So, to me, that's a major challenge for public education nationally, that things we used to think of as recurring are not going to be recurring.
And back to your point that you might hire for a grant and then the grant's gone after a year or 2 years. I wonder to what extent it's possible to do that with contract work. I don't know.
I understand, yes.
Yes, I mean, it seems like that would be one way of addressing it, so that you don't have sort of the disruption in the teachers' lives, or the lives of the people who are doing the work, right? And it's also more manageable from the school district.
Independent contractor?
Yeah.
And they know ahead of time that their
That
contract is
it's not
for
guaranteed.
one fiscal year.
And you also don't have the benefit issue necessarily. I mean, I know there are legalities and union requirements and things like that. I don't know enough about what they are, but it's just a thought, is that a way to approach that problem?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, but I'm not sure it's always possible to do that.
It probably
And-
isn't always possible.
And I think part of your challenge is, everything that we're hearing is you are asking people to do more with less, take on, they had 2 jobs, now they have 3. So you don't really have any elasticity within the teaching group to say, well, you just got this grant, I need 5 hours of your time, 5 hours, you just don't have that.
Well, and that's part of the decision that you make when you look at the grant too,
Right,
is
right.
how much time is this grant going to ask my staff to leave their students to go
Right.
here and there, and is it relevant to
great
what?
point.
Is it relevant to what we're doing?
Right.
Yeah.
And so often I say no, and it isn't because we don't need the money,
You
we
wish.
do, but we also need those teachers in front of our kids, and we need to be able to, right, we need to be able to make really solid decisions based on that information. But that being said, we also have a lot of grants, so we're not applying
Sure,
for
of course.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just a matter of
Judicious.
making sure, and then what Jeff is talking about, the sustaining of that information is also really important. So for like Buzzards Bay, they're teaching teachers to teach other people, which means that we won't, and that's a 2-year commitment with them, which is great, but then our teachers are going to be very well trained after that 2 years, and then they'll be available within to take care of that. Same with Facing History, which is grant, right? So I try really hard to look at, well, if we get this grant, right, and then we do A, B, C, and D, are we gonna be able to sustain that once that money is gone? And I ask myself that question a lot of the time, because it almost seems counterproductive if it's not the case. And when we talk about ESSER, for example, we finally got money that we needed. It wasn't extra. And I think that's what's very disturbing about ESSER overall, is that we were able to actually get what we need in our schools to be effective with our kids, finally. And I made that statement at the superintendent group, and they agreed. So it's not a disagreement. It's that we've been underfunded for such a long period of time that, we still make it happen, but it's just an interesting dynamic, right?
I
that we
need to
have think
emphasize
about.
what Andrew just said to make sure it's crystal clear.
Yeah.
Before ESSER funds, almost every grant came with extra expenses.
Exactly.
ESSER was the first time, basically, that I can remember,
Yes.
where you actually got money that could supplement normal LEA spending.
Yeah.
Okay? So the good news is, it lasted for several years, okay? The bad news is, we actually used it to help students, and now, this is the first budget where there is no ESSER funding, and all those things that were done to help students literally have to disappear or be absorbed into the LEA budget. It's affectionately called the fiscal cliff throughout the state. I don't know whether it's called that beyond Massachusetts, but that's what we're facing for the first time. All this wonderful money to help students is now disappearing from, and it used to help the LEA budget, and it's gone. So in the 17 years or so that I've been associated with the school committee, this is the first time we've faced this problem. And it's, by the way, a $1.8 million problem for this specific school district.
Okay,
Okay.
we need to head over to special education.
I hope everything I said made sense.
Yes, no, we got it.
I'm sorry, Jenny, what?
was the best thing you've ever said.
Was it clear?
Just that.
Okay, so welcome Melissa Fay. Melissa Fay is our Director of Student Support Services, AKA Special Education, ELL. We have 526 students on IEPs. And there's a lot of work that goes into educating these kids, and Melissa oversees all of that. So welcome.
Thank you.
And she's gonna kind of take us through her slides and some of her expenses.
Okay, so I've got it in front of me and I'm hoping that this is the right slide because I can't see that way, but
So you can push the table forward if you need to.
that's okay.
That's
I have
real.
I printed out my page. So, as you can see, I have on here all of the lines for our LEA budget. So salaries, that is myself, the assistant director who out-of-district coordinator Kathy Bolia, and our one secretary, Karen Austin. Salaries, medical, therapeutic, at 341, 884. That is, not therapeutic. So medical therapeutic costs for OT, PT, speech, vision, other therapeutic services provided by licensed practitioners come out of that line.
So those there, because they're district-wide, are the 4 BCBA's.
Oh.
That's what those are. In the- Yep.
That's what's covered under that, yeah, what we can use that line.
And the
for.
diagnostician too.
And the diagnostician.
Are these employees or contract?
Employees.
Those are employees,
Okay.
yeah. Our BCBA's are employees.
What is a BCBA for those who might
Yeah,
not know?
exactly.
It's a board certified behavior analyst. So they work primarily with our ASD students or our autistic, sorry, I'll try to not use acronyms, with our autistic students. And most often they are centered in our sub-separate therapeutic programs for our students with autism, but they also serve in multiple roles with behaviors in the rest of the school as well. But their primary focus is ASD. Our next one is end of year programming, extended year programming, so our summer program, ESY. In special education, we are required to provide an extended school year program for students who qualify. To qualify, which is discussed every year at the child's IEP meeting, you have to show significant regression during times when we are not in school. So we start collecting data from the prior summer. We collect data during every break that is more than 3 days. So we don't collect the data after Thanksgiving, but we do after the Christmas holiday, after February vacation, and after Easter break. And then towards the end of the year, we meet as a team with the parents or guardians to discuss whether or not we have seen evidence in our data of significant educational regression and sometimes social emotional regression over those long periods of time when the child doesn't have the structure of the school day. And then we determine whether the services are needed. And the recommendation is made for the summer program. We run a program depending on the year and what is going on in the summer, because I have to share space also with Jane at Beyond School Time, and we have other summer programs going on as well, so it's really difficult to kind of coordinate space. Typically, since the new building is open, we like to do the pre-K to grade 7 at the elementary school because there's room, because the little ones really can't sit on big desks. I need little toilets and little desks and all of their equipment, so that's the easiest for us. And then the high school, we keep at the high school because we have all of the stuff for programmatics that we need for life skills in the summer. So we've got the washers and dryers, we've got the kitchen, we work with chef, we've got the garden. So all of those pieces are incorporated into their summer program as well. We run a 5-week summer program and a 6-week summer program. Our 6-week summer program is specifically for our ASD students. If I had money, I would run it all summer, which would be more ideal if we could have a real, true, non-interrupted summer for them. But this is what we can offer and what we've offered for the past 7 years since I've been here. So it gives at least 1 extra week of having that structure of the school day.
Is that also what the state requires?
The state doesn't give us a requirement, so many different districts do it different ways. It is difficult for our ASD students to not have that structure in place, so we do see significant regression between that first or second week of August until they come back. And it is mostly in their routine. They really need that routine and that structure, and it's very difficult when they've got 3 weeks off and then have to come back to school. So it would be ideal if we could run it longer, maybe someday, but.
But this is one part of Jane's that is not self-funded.
No, we have to fund it, yeah.
Right.
I do have competitive grants that I write, but they don't fund summer, they're for other projects and things, that are programs that we need to write in. Then we have contract services, home instruction. We recently switched away from LearnWell as our main tutoring source for our students, and started with a new company that saved us some money called FEV, and I don't think anybody knows what FEV stands for, but it's FEV tutoring. I always thought it was an acronym for something, but I don't think it is. I wonder if it might be like the letters of the names of the men who created the company.
One of the words is focus, that
Is
we
it?
see on the invoice, I think, so maybe that's what the.
Yeah, I have never seen, anything on it that tells me what FEV is, but it saved us a significant amount of money from LearnWell. The only issue we ran into is we have to keep a small contract with LearnWell because LearnWell has the monopoly on the hospitals. So when our students are hospitalized, either in a mental health hospital or a hospital for a surgical procedure, cancer, a variety of different things, LearnWell is the only people who are allowed to contract with the hospital. They provide in-person services at the hospital because at the hospitalizations for mental health, they're not allowed to have devices. So we can't do online tutoring without a device, so we have to keep that small other contract with LearnWell as well. So we have 2 contracts, FEV and LearnWell. We also have a variety of other tutors that will work in person, some of our retired teachers.
This has nothing to do with parents who choose to homeschool, correct? Exactly.
That is, we tutor, most of our tutoring are students who are home and hospital bound. A lot of it, especially since COVID that we've seen, there's been an uptick of that, and it has been for mental health reasons. Severe anxiety, separation anxiety, severe depression. So that has kind of been on the uptick, and that's where a lot of our hospitalizations and homebound students are now. They are in a place where they just can't get themselves to come through the door of a building.
When I was in 8th grade, I was flat on my back for 3 months due to a broken leg, and I was homeschooled.
Any other questions about that? Contract service technology, this is it's ESPED. Yeah, so this is our programming system that operates all of our IEPs. The good thing about that system is anytime that there's a change with the state, as there is right now, we're going through, there's a new IEP form, individualized education plan, form, that has been created by DESE. And that form has now changed. So the good thing about the contract that we have with ESPED, and this is one of about, I would say, 10 IEP management systems that are available for purchase throughout the country. It's one of the older ones, again, I would love a newer one, but again, that's more money. That is, they keep up with all the changes with departments, so we don't have to focus as much on changing the forms and the language. They do that piece for us. And then it houses and archives all of our files for us. Any questions on that? Med therapeutic, this is this our equipment? I don't even know what's in this.
That would be like the outside related service providers, like
Okay.
the contracted PT
Yeah.
and any other contract service providers that do those services beyond what our employees do.
So we do have contract services for physical therapists. It is a contract service. But our PTA, our physical therapy assistant, who actually works one-on-one with the children based on the plans and observations and testing that the physical therapist does that we contract with, she is an employee of the district, the PTA.
How do you decide between, because this was brought up earlier, between whether to contract for services versus an employee for services? Because you have both.
We have both. When I came into this district, the majority of what we had was contracted out. The issue with contracting out is reliability, the reliability factor, because it's very difficult when they often will piecemeal a position. So you might contract with somebody for a 1.0 BCBA, but you might get 3 different people that come. And so the consistency,
Continuity.
of having the same person to build relationships with the families, with the children, with the staff, is very difficult, I think, when you've got that situation. I think it's also a matter of being able to more closely monitor and have influence over the way that services are being delivered.
Do you have a sense of the cost when, because obviously if we have an employee, there's a benefit cost, which is absorbed by the town. On the other hand, contract services, they charge what they charge.
Right.
Do you have any sense of the financial implications for that decision?
Yeah, I'm going through it with my nurses right now. So when we contract with the contract agency for a nurse, they give us an amount that they'll pay that they charge for that service per hour. That is typically double what the school committee has approved for nurses. And I'm using that as an example because we're having a very difficult time right now filling some of our transportation routes. And so I've been trying to post on School Spring and on Indeed to get people. And we're not getting great success because of the odd hours of being a transportation nurse. You know, you're in the morning and then you've got this big block of time. And so you can't really work a second job. So it's very kind of gummy. And it is twice as much. So our school committee rates for nurses is half of what we get charged by the agency. And then when the agency nurse doesn't show up, they don't send us anybody. So if she's sick, like right now we have one going on maternity leave, we've had it posted for 2 months. I can't find anybody. And now we're turning to agencies because we just don't have any applicants. The agency nurse will cost us twice as much.
Because, and the alternative is literally, you can't put a student on the bus
Exactly.
without the nurse.
Correct.
Right.
They
Yeah.
don't get to school.
They don't get to school, period.
So I'm in a little bit of a panic right now in this exact situation because next Monday, the nurse that is riding with 2 of our students goes on maternity leave for 3 months. And so
Got it.
I'm meeting actually after this with 2
You could be a volunteer nurse.
Excuse me?
You could be a volunteer nurse.
No
Go
way.
back to school, yeah. That's what you wanna do. Yeah, so that it is difficult. So we've tried to bring all the positions into our budget, to just kind of be able to have that cost savings, because you're really paying their fees.
Plus you
know,
get
the
continuity and
operation.
reliability.
Yeah.
But I mean, but the point here is, it's actually not, you're comparing apples and oranges, because the town does have to pay the benefits. So somebody's paying
Right.
something, may not be quite as much, it's hard to say. Partly depends on whether a person is fully occupied in the position, as opposed to
Right.
it's hourly and therefore there's some cost savings there. So, but that's, from the town standpoint, that's something that we have to be looking at, because we have to budget for your benefits.
Right.
And that affects how much is available for everything else.
Exactly.
Including your budget.
Understood. It's instructional assistants, is clearly our paraprofessionals. That is for when we need substitutes and
Just
summer.
training,
Yeah, and trainings.
any non-employee related costs
Yeah.
for the contact service.
And then we have our copier lease, which is kind of self-explanatory. Supplies and materials, that is for, not that it looks like a lot of money, but it's not just for my office, like $50,000 would seem crazy, but that kind of covers all of our sped offices. So, every building has a team chair and a secretary for special education, and the elementary school actually has, 2 sets of those. So there's 2 secretaries, 2 team chairs because of the size and the number of students in those buildings. And then the middle school and the high school have assistant principals of special education. So anything that they would need as far as supplies or materials for their teachers, any kind of specialized equipment, things like that, would come out of this line for the entire district, not just for the student service office here. And travel and other, that is our PD. I put part of the professional development money in my grant and part in the LEA. And so this would cover any courses, webinars, conferences. Our psychologists and our BCBAs this fall both attended their national conference. So the money would come out of there for their conferences as well. And that's it. Any questions on any of that? These are just our district numbers. I think it's just kind of important to, when you're looking at these numbers, to understand that when we pull our special ed numbers, we pull out of active IEPs in our system. So IEPs that are written, that we've had meetings on, of students who we've identified with disabilities, who now have an active IEP. What this doesn't reflect is that we have about another 70 students in queue to be tested that may or may not be eligible for services once we test them and have the meeting.
Did you say 70?
70. So it's, and a good chunk of those are preschoolers coming in for early intervention, which most likely will qualify, because once EI picks you up and you shift into the school system, we have a transition meeting, and then we add them as an active IEP. So we do our own evaluations, but the majority of the kids that we get in, the littles, are gonna be eligible.
I know we've asked this before, what's your theory for why our numbers are so much higher percentage-wise than area, communities?
I think, I think I've answered this probably a million times over the years, but I think it's difficult to kind of pinpoint. We've had, this year, a lot of move-ins from other communities. I think that is huge. I'm seeing the number of referrals coming in from early intervention services increase tremendously since COVID.
Where does that come from, the early intervention?
So early intervention services is a state, well, it's national, but we have a state agency, so we contract out and participate with different programs that feed into our school system.
So Head Start?
Yeah, the heads.
Doctors?
Yeah, they can come
Pediatricians,
from,
things
yeah,
like
they
that.
can come from doctors. Pediatricians will usually have the children evaluated, and then they go into early intervening services from there. And then from early intervening services, by the time they're 2.7, we have to have them placed if they're eligible for services. So, kind of like a race.
Is there any correlation, and I'm choosing my words carefully, not causation, but is there a correlation between low income and the likelihood of an IEP?
There is a correlation.
There is.
And I think the biggest piece that we're seeing right now is the increase in emotional. So not necessarily increase in disabilities the way that most people consider disabilities. The emotional and mental health population has doubled in probably the last 5 years. The amount of students that we are qualifying under emotional disability with pretty intense mental health diagnoses is a huge factor in increasing our numbers.
Is this across all schools? You're
Yeah.
seeing the same thing, even from little all the way up through
Yeah.
high school?
I just wanted to point out that this is, we've seen this slide prior in the.
Yeah, we have.
It just had the student that went to Bristol, Bristol Aggie, yeah. So it's just a repeat of that.
Melissa, what are you being told about what the state is going to approve for out-of-district private increase?
So the out-of-district private went up 11%. 11?
For this year it's 14, but
14.
for next year
I'm
it's
talking about next-
4.69%.
And that's
for
not private, for
That's
private?
private.
But they're also increasing collaborative day.
Right, so that would be up to the individual
Yeah.
collaborative schools, so.
We typically
just
go with
use the
3.
same, right, we
Yeah.
use, because I did have a conversation with our Cape Cod Collaborative, which is where more of our students go than other collaboratives. And he said to plan on the same as the OSD rate, so that's what we did across the board, 4.69%. So that's just, taking the annual tuition for this year, multiplying it by, that increase. And then how we budget for that is I work with Melissa and Kathy to take a look at all of our students that we have in out-of-district placements as of now, right? And that changes. I mean, that changes sometimes weekly, or it just depends. So that was just a point in time that we took a look at all those students, took out any students that, we knew that were graduating, that we were not going to be responsible for. Some students we knew were moving out. Some students we knew were just on the cusp, moving in. So we did our best estimate at that point in time. And what that reflected was those numbers you see there. So it's the numbers, the placements, and the placements can vary anywhere from mid 50s to well over $200,000. So really depending.
Our residential, some of them are close to $300,000 a year.
So back to that number that jumped out at me, the 70, okay? So these are people about to enter our school district at the pre-K level, is that a correct statement?
Some of them are about to enter pre-K, preschool, but not all of them. When they're in Q.
What is the 70 number again?
That's all of the students who are currently being tested.
And it could be at any grade level?
Could be at any grade level.
Okay, and what percentage of that 70 will stay as within our school district as compared to collaborative or private?
That is a very tough,
Hard to tell.
It's an unknown.
it's unknown.
But that's, most of them, right? When you say 70 are,
Being evaluated for special education. So
right,
they're not-
I would say the vast majority will stay in
with us,
district.
yes.
And that's the way we budget, that's the key.
Right.
Yeah.
We budget as if they will stay, and then, of course, if they don't, the costs rise.
But just because they're being tested doesn't mean they'll qualify.
Sure.
Understood,
That's true
but you
also,
said
yes.
that
Most will.
most will
The
qualify.
preschoolers, most
Preschoolers.
preschoolers, yeah.
That's a more given, but we
Actually, let me ask it a different way. This being tested doesn't mean they've requested an IEP, correct?
No, they're being evaluated for special education services because the
But-
parent requested
Oh,
evaluation.
the parent requested.
Correct.
So there's already a filter on that because parents who don't request, then they won't be tested.
Correct.
So these are parents who are requested, who believe, for whatever reason, that they may need. So that's why you believe a high percentage will, in fact. But then you're saying that a high percentage of the high percentage will be able to be provided services within. And let's hope for budgetary reasons, that's true.
Right.
And I would assume that, what constitutes one student's IEP can differ drastically from another's. So there's some that are probably pretty minimal.
Mhm.
Hopefully some of that 70 will be in the pretty minimal category, the problems we know best how to deal with, and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
But we don't, it's just like everything else, we're just predicting the future here.
right. I think a good indicator, and if you go back, I mean, probably 10 years, you'll see the same pattern. It was higher when I first came, but we always run about the same percentage. It's usually about, my math is so bad in my head, I feel like I have to have a calculator in front of me. We've always hovered between 500 and 600 students on IEPs since I've been here for the past 7 years, and we have never had more than 50 to 55 out. So I try to use that as kind of my guide of how much money we're going to need to, like how many spots in my brain, because as Kristen pointed out, students age out. We have 2 aging out this year. So they're in out-of-district placements and pretty costly out-of-district placements. But then we also have 5 students who are still awaiting placement. And the issue with placement right now is all of the schools that are within our radius that we can place students, because we have to stick to the 1 hour away rule. I can't put a child any further than 60 miles from Wareham, and that limits us in what's available to us. And all of those schools that are in our radius have waiting lists right now. So it's almost impossible, and some aren't even they're not accepting any referrals at this point because they're understaffed, they're overbooked with spots, and they can't find help in their classrooms.
My perspective is even longer, just so you know. I go back 17 years, and I've gone back statistically 20 years. And one of the reasons this percentage is high is because the denominator is getting lower and lower and lower. We used to be 3,500 total students, now we're 2,000 total students. So if Melissa's point is we always have a certain number, but that numerator can stay the same, but the percentage rises.
Can you just, out of district placements, and at least serial, I have a daughter who was a SPED student throughout her career, secondary and college. And when we were looking at it, it was you hired a lawyer, you went to the school and said, the only way to get my daughter educated is out of district. Is that still the way it is, or is it more an advocacy of the school together with the parent? Is it become less, maybe, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I
still,
mean, we get
it's still
that.
adversarial?
Yeah, I mean, we do get that.
Yeah.
And it's typically when the school district feels that we can educate the student in our district.
Right.
And the parent does not. And so that there are adversarial cases, but typically the way it works is we put in as many interventions as we can and as many support services as we have available to us. And when we feel that we can no longer educate the student in that less restrictive environment, then the recommendation comes from the school district. Some parents are vehemently against it, they want their child here, no matter what that means. Others are happy to have services in a different location. So, and it really is, I think the part that has decreased our number of out-of-district students in the past 7 years is the building up of our programming. So we want our children to be in our schools so that they can build a sense of community and have relationships and be with their peers. But we don't want to have to ship them an hour away to a school that specializes, because then they also have no, it's difficult with your traveling hours back and forth for them to make any friends or join any sports teams, clubs, dances, all the things that go along with being part of a school community. So we try to avoid it at all costs, and we have a tremendous slew of services. Like, we have really good services, and our programs are strong for the most part. And we're building every day, building our programs and morphing and changing with the needs that we see coming. But there does come a point when we just can't anymore. And we try, and we'll try anything. We try really hard, and then there just comes a point where we know we can't safely maintain a student.
One of the problems financially is just what Melissa's saying. She can try really hard to keep the kids in, and we see it reflected in the costs associated with her department. What we don't see is what those costs would be if she didn't try very hard and they went out. So it's a very hard financial dynamic to figure out what the correct balance is. But in the end, if you're doing right by the student, then that's ultimately what your judgment should be.
And we hold a very strong line when it comes to out-of-district placements. Like, it really is our last ditch resort. The whole time that I've been with Wareham Public Schools, I've only had one child that we looked at and said there is no way we can safely maintain the student in our school system and do it the right way. And it was like an immediate, we can't do this, we're gonna need to look for another school situation. Besides that, it's a lot of intervention, it's a lot of observation, it's a lot of tweaking of things, you know, add additional staff, additional services, until we just feel that it's no longer, and we really look at the fiscal point of it too. Like if we have to look at it from circuit breaker, like what are we spending? Are we gonna get any of it back from extraordinary leave? And is it worth it for us to put all this money in just to kind of get to below the cost but not be able to get that money? Or is it better to pull back, put them in another school where now the district can get some of that back from extraordinary relief? So it's something that we don't take very lightly at all. And my counterpart, who was supposed to be here, but she's in meetings all day long today, out of district coordinator, she runs a tight ship. Like she makes sure that she's on top of every single child in her charge, progress, when we can bring them back. And she's had pretty good success over the past few years bringing students back into district that are now here after being out for a couple of years and are very successful. And 3 of them are in this building. So
I want to emphasize, we need to spend over $50,000 on a student before we get any relief from the state.
Thank you.
Okay, you have one slide left, ELL.
yeah. Is it up?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is, yeah.
Okay. I just want to point out on this slide, so that number on the top of EL students, 63, that counts all of our FEL students as well. So former English language learners who no longer receive direct services because they've kind of graduated, they're proficient in the language now, no longer require services. We still have to keep them listed as FELs in our system for reporting purposes. We still have to monitor them, and those numbers are still counted under our EL numbers.
Does that go on till they graduate or leave?
Yeah, yeah. They don't no longer receive services, direct services.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, but we still have to do
You
the
still have to keep
pieces,
them.
yeah.
So that's everybody in the district who has
Everybody.
ever,
Yeah.
currently in the district
First
has ever
English,
had.
Correct.
Its first language is not
Is not English. We have 2 staff, and they kind of, well, one is concentrated at the elementary school. The other is a little bit of in a supervisory role, so he controls all of the testing that we have to do, all of the reporting to the state. He assists me with all of the compliance and the TFM, which is the tiered focus monitoring system. It's the old CPR that they used to do from the state. They come and do civil rights and special ed, and they also do EL. And we are about to go into our next 3-year cycle next year, and I'm in my special ed cycle right now. And this increase, it has really been our newcomers, has kind of boosted our numbers higher than they have been in the past. There was a time when we contemplated potentially not having to have as many services until the newcomer shelter was given to us by the state. And so I anticipate that those numbers are going to go up. And I would say pretty significantly. Any questions on that?
Melissa, thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie, up there?
No, it's Eric's turn.
It's Eric's turn.
Eric's turn, all right.
Oh,
Thank you.
We're gonna switch to facilities.
After Eric, we're gonna do Jane because she has a conflict at 12:30.
Okay,
And then we'll have Bonnie.
okay.
Hey.
Hey, Eric.
Am I sitting here?
Yes, you are. That's the hot
As
seat.
quick as possible, get you back on track.
So this is Eric Trey, and he is our facilities supervisor. So welcome.
Hi.
And he's the guy who keeps his eyes on our buildings.
So, I'm assuming you guys all have the slides, correct?
Yes.
Alright, so I'll just go by, I guess, list by list. So, our department is just made up of 3 people, myself, an HVAC tech, and our district plumber. We do maintenance beyond just their trades. I just always want to throw that out there. That's, like, general maintenance is really what I try to push for this department. It's like I'm not gonna touch anything over 120 volts of electrical and things like that. sheetrock things, all that miscellaneous stuff. It's not just really geared toward HVAC and plumbing in our department. Those guys do a lot of work for the town, for town buildings. Mike, who's our district plumber, was actually just at the library today. I know they're doing a lot of renovations over there too, so I think they're looking for like bottle fill stations, so he'll be the one to install them. Whenever there's HVAC problems in the town hall, Robbie's usually the guy over there too, so we get a lot of.
Do they operate a municipal maintenance, or do you have a separate facility for them?
No, they're right over here with us, yeah, no, they're not with municipal maintenance.
So I have a question with the FinCom, should we send the town a bill?
I do have like an in-kind, like running in-kind work spreadsheet that we take, I keep track of whatever they do for the town, just in case the town
That's fair.
does try to like, not try to charge us for like any of their work, but we just try to even out, so we know.
Keep everyone honest.
Self-defense.
Yeah, like, hey, you remember this?
Keep them honest.
I didn't bring my checkbook in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
Garrett, here it is.
The under expenses are our maintenance and repair supplies line. That's new to us. It's our first year actually having our own account line essentially. So I know it went up by 5%. It's really hard to gauge what we actually really need. We're still in a couple months into that line, so I'll know more toward the end of the year. We can go down to the middle school. So we have the partial roof replacement that was done over this summer. That's all said and done. That was a $1.5 million project, but after the bids came in, paying the owner's project manager and architect, I believe it was still $400,000 cheaper than that 1.5. We were under budget.
Under budget, 400,000?
Yeah, I think there's just minor change orders, like one for 15,000, but nothing significant. So
And that includes asbestos abatement, correct?
that included everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all the asbestos abatement work was just really right around all those roof drains. Like we knew we were gonna run into it because it's an old roof underneath that is, they call it hot for asbestos. But it was just unforeseen things. You had to cut it out, and then when we did that, we lost the support that was actually holding that roof drain, and those are actually inserts. In the code now, we can't put inserts in. You actually have to be a real roof drain. So that was just kind of like a hiccup. But now moving forward, we'll know how to attack it and how to plan for it. So hopefully the next process goes quicker. So next process is the remainder of the roofs, which is I think about 3/4 of the entire school. The town appropriated $7.5 million, but like I said, hopefully it comes in under the budget. The MSBA will reimburse portions of this. I think it's around like 25%. So you're looking at like maybe $2.2 million in savings, but it's better than nothing. This roof needed to get fixed anyway, so it's either we're fully paying for it.
Pay me now, pay me later.
Yeah, exactly. So we get some break out of it. Future projects. So, like I said, we have the middle school. The remainder of the roof that'll be next summer. Going to go out to bid soon. Hopefully by the end of the year, so we can prepare for any lead time that might arise. The high school is looking for exterior door replacements. I think they're just, the building's built in '91 and everything's just kind of coming to its life expectancy there. So we were going back and forth with the idea to maybe fill out a statement of interest and go back into the MSBA with like another ARP program, because they have one for exterior doors and exterior windows. He has a lot of windows over there that are failing and things, so I just need to see what the qualifications are for actually being able to get on the ARP. Like I know the roof, it needs to be 29 years old or older, so I don't know what it is. We're looking at it right now. You'll have lights in the auditorium, so we're gonna have school committee meetings and town hall meetings and every other meeting.
When is this going to happen?
I'm waiting on one more quote. So we have to solicit 3 quotes, anything over $10,000. So I've had 2 so far. I'm just waiting on another one. I should be here at some point this week. Should have been here last week. But this is just to keep the existing lighting there. We're just gonna add our own new lights just because the lighting system there is failing. So we're just gonna hardwire it in back to our own controller, like electrical panel. We'll have a dimmer to it too. It's just over the house lights. And I think the cable television for Wareham is looking to upgrade the lights on the stage as far as the grants and things like that too. So we're just mainly focused more on where everyone walks up and down the stairs. Don't want anyone falling. You barely see in there now.
And
So
being able to see during town meeting.
correct. I told the electrician I want it brighter than the sun in here. So hopefully,
There are a lot of old people voting.
Yeah, going up and down those bleachers.
hopefully they'll be able to see. That will cost, I think, just a little over $11,000. So nothing too crazy. The next item is the rooftop unit replacement. That is the rooftop unit that applies heat and cooling to the cafeteria area over at the high school. I believe that we just got approval for the IVAC grant. So I believe that's $264,000, but that's going through a grant. I'm actually meeting with someone today for the engineering firm at 2:30 just to look at the existing rooftop unit, all the ductwork, just because he's new to the project. And Chris and I hopefully to get that out to bid by the end of the year in planning for construction and all that fun stuff.
Is that part of
next summer.
COVID money?
I think so. It's a improving
It's a ventilation.
improving ventilation and air quality.
And would the grant cover the entire expense, do you think?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Yes,
Yep,
so
I believe we
it
took
should cover the entire project,
Mhm.
and it also covers the salary of our HVAC technician this current year, but not next year, so not the budget we're talking about. And we did have some small, some money in for replacement, like you heard Tracy Cote talking about the actuators, the motor.
Mhm.
So we did have some money in there for that, but then when we were looking at the project for the rooftop, of course, the cost, the estimated, went up. So we had to, when we had to reapply for some reason, Desi said this grant, it's a 2-year grant. We're going to get approval, we'll approve you for your grant, but then whatever you don't spend last year, you have to return and reapply. So even though, so in doing so, we got an updated cost for that rooftop unit because that was both of our major focus was gonna be spent this current year, but we took advantage of applying for it last year, so we've had to make some adjustments. So most of the grant is going to the salary and to that rooftop unit.
Eric, one of the things I'll call it post-COVID, not really, but for
Yeah.
the sake of argument, post-COVID, they've realized is we freaked out about touching everything for a while,
Yeah.
and that actually wasn't a problem. But the issue of ventilation systems was in fact a significant issue.
Mhm.
So this rooftop unit, I'm not worried about obviously the elementary school. This
Yeah.
rooftop unit actually has a very relatively small percentage of the total high school cubic feet, correct?
Correct. I think there's about 6 rooftop units for that whole school.
Right,
And
so-
all their condenser and mini splits in the front of it. That's why there's AC in the front of that building, but nowhere else.
How would you describe the ventilation systems of the remainder of the high school and the middle school?
Well, all the schools have their own univent, so that pulls in outside air. So the only thing going into those classrooms are through the univent, and I don't think that there's a makeup air unit for those classrooms as far as pulling out anything. I'll talk to Robbie and just confirm that I'm saying this correctly. It's more his expertise than mine. But bigger spaces like the cafeteria, yeah, they have their own. So that's makeup air. This rooftop unit, let's just use that as an example for it's for the kitchen and the cafeteria. So that unit alone is heating and cooling and makeup air. So when there is no heating and cooling, it changes out, it filters that air, pulls in that gross inside
So
air.
what you're saying is outside of those two spaces, kitchen and cafeteria,
Kitchen, cafeteria, auditorium, gym, all classrooms have their own exhaust and you can see them here on the outside
so
of
they
these
have
buildings.
exchanges is my question.
What do you mean, like pulling outside air? Yeah, and they all have makeup air.
It's that right there, right?
That's
Yep,
right there. Yep,
the
that's a
unit.
univent.
So the air is being exchanged.
Correct.
So the only thing that might be missing would be some kind of, and believe me, I know nothing about this, but a HEPA filter or something that would actually filter the air?
They all have filters and they all get changed out every year.
Okay, so you actually feel pretty good about the quality of the air, even if it is not being air conditioned to
Correct.
cool it. The quality of the air within our classrooms is pretty good.
Yeah, they get, there's preventative maintenance. So this year I introduced the list to all custodians, my guys, and everyone. We put them all in every school, and it's a checklist pretty much. Once a year, replace out filters,
Got it.
things
Thank
like
you.
that. So there's HVAC, plumbing, just general maintenance. Just look outside, look on your roof, look at the roof drains, make sure they're clear because those cause leaks when they overfill, things like that. So we really focused on that quality of air coming in. But
Okay.
even that was before COVID, so even with COVID, there's just even more heightened alert for those issues. So.
And I think that's probably one of the many benefits of having our own HVAC technician
It's
is they're doing the
huge.
preventative maintenance and changing the filters on those units.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about in Wareham, but in my previous school district, we didn't have that luxury, and now it's a necessity, I shouldn't say luxury.
Mhm.
So we would have to pay a lot of money, and it became very difficult to keep up with properly changing the filters on a
Yeah.
regular schedule. So that when we did get some COVID money, it was great, but it was a lot of money that had to be spent because, belts had been worn out.
Mhm.
Units had broken down and taken out of service. Motors weren't replaced, so to have someone with that's their job is really essential.
It's huge. It really is. So this building, the water's not treated here. It will be treated. We actually have a contracted service for it. But with that, the water that runs through it is kind of acidic, so then you run into ball valves being frozen open. So either your heat's blasting the whole time, no matter what. It's good to have Robbie here. All the custodians change out all the air filters inside. Robbie takes care of all the belts, actuators, and everything on the roof as far as filters and things like that.
This
too.
might
So,
sound like a crazy question, but does Robbie and your age,
Mike.
Mike,
Mm-hmm.
do they like their jobs?
Yeah, they love it.
They do.
Yeah. Granted, I think
suppose
they
you-
could leave here and get paid way more, but I think they just like being here, having that set schedule.
So
It's really
you're
good.
not concerned about turnover of those positions?
No. If they
Good.
leave, I'll be really
Great,
bad.
thank you.
They make my life easier, but I make their life easier.
Jeff's looking for a job.
Yeah,
So-
whenever you want. So that was the rooftop unit replacement, and then the last thing was the fire suppression system. So there's a lot of back and forth. I think 2 years ago, we got one quote to replace the entire fire alarm system over at the high school. It was in the means of $250,000. I think the town appropriated $280,000 for it. Then the MSBA took over this summer, so it's just been kind of put on the back burner. So now we're really focused to get back to where we were. So it's $250,000  2 years ago. Last year, $450,000 when I asked how much it was, and this year it's around $900,000. Great news though.
However, there is good news.
don't hold me to that right there. So, Kristen, the superintendent, and I met with Derek at the town, Chief John Kelly, just to see maybe we can do this in phases, or what is it actually we need to do? Do we need to replace the entire system? What is it? John Kelly said I can't tell you what to put in, but the main problem is your fire panels it's obsolete, you can't find anything for it if it breaks, so that needs to be replaced. So knowing that, I reached out to a company that actually Kristen told me about, Fire Equipment Inc. They came out and took a look to see what we could do. Good news is we can use all existing wiring, which is huge because that was the majority of the cost. So the idea is to replace the fire panel, the annunciator that's out front in the main vestibule, and all devices like smoke detectors, manual pull stations, and they'll all be addressable, meaning we can pinpoint right where that alarm's going off, not how it is now, it's just a general area. That school's broken up into 3 different parts, so if there's a smoke alarm going off in part C, that's all we know, and the fire department has to go around and find it. But with all that being said, the one quote I got from them, and they're on the OSD, the state bid list, it's $88,000.
You should have led with that.
Huge, yeah. No, I like the suspense,
No,
the
that's
suspense,
good.
bringing
That's the
up.
best news I've heard all day.
Yeah,
You don't want us
so
having heart attacks now.
they are on the MHEC procurement list, I guess you could say. But Kristen and I were discussing, I think we're just going to receive 2 more quotes and just use their contract on the Massachusetts state bid list, just so there's no hiccups anywhere. So we just went over the specs just to finalize them. I'll send them out hopefully by the end of the year. We'll get 2 other quotes. Obviously, we have to go with the lowest, and then get that squared away. So the fire department's not, lack of a better term, on our ass.
Great news.
Yep. And that's it. So.
Can you just, the boilers?
Oh yeah. Well, update.
Yeah, can you just update on that?
So we had to replace them all last year. So everything's up and running. Everything's switched over to automatic, so just working out certain kinks. Before it's hot, turn the boilers on. Now it takes in outside air, kind of like how this school does, elementary school does. If it drops below, I don't know what the set point is, but usually it's like 55 degrees outside, the boilers will kick on, heat up your building. Like I said, so the pumps were replaced, boilers, all hot water storage heaters. They're working on pre-existing conditions as far as mixing valves throughout the building. I think there's only a few of those left in the custodian slops, mop sinks. And like I said, I think they're just really just working on those punch list items and just mainly the control side of it now. But everything's automatic and they're just kind of tinkering away, make sure it's running perfect. They're doing commissioning for this week and the next couple weeks on different areas like the pumps. So we're good to go. I'm glad that's all said and done.
Did that come in on the budget?
And that came in on the budget, yeah. I think the town appropriated 2.4 million. I don't have the figures on the top of my head, but that was also lower. But that was fully reimbursable too from the MSBA. I think it's just shy of 72%. So even if it was 2.4 overall, I still think the town will only have to pay like $700,000. So yeah, but that's it. Boilers are up and running and we're good to go. So now the focus is to maybe look at the rest of the building. So this school and the elementary school, they have something called the building management system. I can hop on my laptop, I can see all the set points for each one of these classrooms, see if something's going on. The high school doesn't have that, so it'd be nice to have that throughout, but that's not cheap. So it's just something to look into the future, and it's not really necessary as long as the kids are warm or cool. You know, as long as it's comfortable, I think we're good now. Those boilers were about to fail, so.
And I guess the question would be on building management system, does that save on utilities?
It's huge,
There's
yeah.
cost savings that would be
Of course.
associated with that.
Yeah, so if we saw a unit that's just blasting heat all day long, we'd know what's wrong with it. We could actually see it besides just people kind of telling us what's going on, or if there's a leak somewhere. We'd be able to see what's going out and what's returning, really be able to pinpoint.
Schedules for like holidays.
Yeah, scheduled, yeah,
and
occupied,
schedules.
unoccupied, yeah, that's huge.
So is it part of the long-term capital plan that you developed?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you remember where it was from a priority point of view?
It was pretty far down.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we had the fire suppression and buses.
Understood, but the
So
bottom
this is-
line is, it's on the list.
This is all part of the capital plan that was
Correct.
attached to our finance committee.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we haven't forgotten about it, it's just
Yeah.
not there.
Yeah, there's other things. Field and Grounds has 0 trucks right now, so we really need to get trucks going there and things like that too. So.
Eric, thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks,
Thank you. Have a good one. Hopefully it goes by quick.
Almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna circle back a little bit to our beyond school time. Hi, Jane.
Yeah, right there. Hi.
And this is Jane Fondulis, who runs our Beyond School Time program.
Hello.
I indicated earlier that it is a fully grant-funded program.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm really sorry
You know, you gotta stop this working for a living.
Sorry, that's okay. Thank
Punch
you.
out on your way out.
Yeah.
And so welcome, Jane.
Thank you.
And floor is yours.
Okay. So the first slide is the Beyond School Time, which is the name of the office, everybody knows. And under that umbrella is 1,001 things that the office does. Particularly the Wareham Cooperative Alternative School is a big portion of what I do. But it goes to show you that looking at the enrollment for just Beyond School Time, which is our CARE program, which is K to 7, and the SAIL is 8th through 12th grade. In summer 2023, school year fall, and predicted for the spring of 2024, we will support 818 students in after-school programming, which is 32 weeks, and then a 6-week summer program. Currently at the co-op, in the night school, that's the enrollment that we have, along with the choice students enrolled. Our numbers are starting to increase as we into our second year of being situated over at the high school in the evening, and we've also extended it to 4 nights instead of just 3.
And who is it that participates in that primarily?
It's students who have voluntarily chosen an alternative pathway to get their diploma, and it's from 16 years to 21.
And choice students are?
Choice students we get from Falmouth, Sandwich, Bourne, Carver, New Bedford, from all around.
Any of those students have IEPs?
They do have IEPs, and we accommodate.
Excuse me?
About half, I think.
Yes, yes. More than half, and well over probably 70–80% of them are economically disadvantaged. So currently, this is the budget, which again is no cost to LEA. I have been fortunate to, we're trying to boost up the school choice, which we already have a lot of replies right now for spring, and we're out there advertising it. I also have been fortunate to have the Mass Grad Promising Practice Grant, which is to prevent dropout, so we have our counselor gets paid through that, and some of the teachers. And we also received the MyCap grant last year, which is now it's a portfolio, but what it is building domains to support our students in both their academic outcomes, their social and emotional, their career and college readiness, etc. So currently we have one administrator, which is myself. I have 10 teachers. We have a guidance counselor / social worker. We have a security guard, a retired state police officer. Not that we need it, but it's good in the evening, and it's kept our program exactly the way we want it, and keeping the environment safe for all. And I have one secretary that handles all of the other clerical work.
But Jane, those are really small numbers.
Of students?
No,
Of
the
staff?
dollars.
Well, they're not contractual teachers, so they're paid the curriculum rate.
And they're not full-time.
No, so for example, if they work a Monday night teaching Algebra 1, they're working 3 hours, but they get paid 4 because they get paid their prep.
Okay. But, and I'm not asking what your salary is, but obviously you have yourself as administration, but where does the rest of your salary come from?
Grants, my other grants.
So, but you say no cost to you.
That administrator is my site coordinator too.
That's just.
That's Joe Marcus
That's
as
not
well.
you.
No.
Okay, okay. So the costs that you have on the right side, are they in fact LEA costs?
No.
No, it's all grant.
It's all grants.
All grants?
All
Yeah, the
grants,
whole thing.
or school choice.
Okay, so where are you, how do you're self-funded too, correct? So where are you in the,
I get a portion, but it's not on this particular slide. I get a portion, I get a percentage of my pay out of school choice.
out of school choice? Okay,
School choice, Title I, all my grants, they're all grants.
all grants, okay, so you just simply don't have a slide that includes
Because
the
I'm not,
rest of it?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then this is the budget for the 32-week after-school programs. Basically, the Office of Beyond School Time has grants to do programming from birth to age 99 years old. I mean, we do everything. So basically, during the school year as well as in the summer, we have 4 coordinators, 25 staff, 1 nurse. During the school year, we have 2 in the summer. Normally, we have 5 buses running every session, 6 in the summer. 4 secretaries, because we're in the different buildings, so you have to have the staffing. And then we provide staffing for 16 paraprofessionals. And again, down there, all the funding sources are your grants.
And are these non-recurring or recurring?
They're recurring. I mean, we started the Office of Beyond School Time 14 years ago.
Okay.
Took the leap out of getting out of the classroom and doing this, and I have been fortunate to maintain and keep these grants
Okay.
and get new ones too. But they roll off and become competitive, so you'll always have to be on your game.
Are they state grants?
And federal, both.
And federal?
Yep.
Not private?
None of those. We do have some private.
Rebound?
Yeah, with the rebound, yep. And we get some private through some of the businesses in town and things like that, yeah.
If we had a student, an elementary school student,
Mhm.
and they were not meeting expectations on the MCAS and NUIA, et cetera, and we said to the parent, stay back, which is a lousy idea, well, excuse me, it's a worse idea,
Scenario.
or send them to summer school,
Mhm.
okay? That summer school would be free, correct?
Mhm.
What part of, how many of those kinds of students do you have now that are literally, they're not meeting expectations in elementary school, so we want to get them up to expectations for the next grade? How many of those students do you have now
In the after-school program?
in the summer school program?
In the summer school program. Typically for K to 7, we range from between 65 to 70% of our students are at risk academically. And at the high
65 to 70%, K to 7. How about K to 3?
Well, that'd probably be,
Half,
yeah, I would say about 45, 50%.
45, 50%?
Yeah, but we also provide, as you know, in the summer, we have the Boost program, we have a lot of literacy-based. All of our programming has an academic focus, but it's in a hands-on, project-based learning environment. And we have data to prove that our 6-week summer programming for K to 12, we lessen the learning gap, and those students that participate for those whole 6 weeks are successful compared to a student who was at high risk and didn't do the summer program.
So I love the fact that you're collecting data. So if we have a 3rd grader who is not getting 500 on the MCAS, which FYI means they are meeting expectations, okay? If we have a 3rd grader, let's say 2nd grader, catch them early, okay? So let's say they're getting 480 on the MCAS. We have data that says that if they do the full summer program, that what's the likelihood of them getting 500 the next time they take the MCAS?
It's funny you ask that question, and I can certainly share it, and they can send it out to you all. I just went to the statewide district meeting for 21st Century Grants, and NIOS, who does all the data collecting, they did a great presentation, and it showed what 21st Century in Massachusetts is doing for students and the effects to MCAS scores, academic achievement, and it's amazing.
So the answer to my question is, what percentage are likely to go from 480 to 500 or higher?
I can't give you that. I'd have to go look at my
Ballpark? Any idea? Is it more than half?
Close to it. Close to it. We make a big difference, yeah. Close to it. For
Yeah,
those that, you know, because you gotta look at the staffing. I mean, our paras, what they're doing during academic support time is we have a real good relationship with day school staff and the administration, so we know what areas to target for a particular student.
I guess it's a hot button for me, because I would like to start that summer program, okay, literally after kindergarten, okay?
And make it
I like-
We do.
Okay, right, okay.
Entering kindergarten, there's little preschoolers coming in.
Great, so I'd like if they have to take 3 or 4 summers, okay? But if that's what it takes to get them to 500, so that by the time they leave Bethany's elementary school, 99 to 95, whatever percent of those kids, after 3 or 4 summers, are actually ready for Tracy's middle school.
Right.
That to me is a success, a plan for
And
success.
Once a student gets into the summer program, and entering kindergarten, little guy comes in, they stay with us every summer. They don't go unless they move out of Wareham.
Then I want you to get them.
We do.
From the time they're
And
in
we keep them.
kindergarten, keep them.
We do.
Until they reach 500.
We do, okay.
The issue though is that a better measure really is like our NUIA assessment, because then we know where they are. And so, and it's also before MCAS, when we're talking about this, we have this information way ahead of time. MCAS is after the fact, right? So to speak, and you wait another year to get to the 500. So what we try to do is get systems in place that we can actually know exactly where those students are so that we can make good decisions based on that information.
Just so you know, the correlation between NUIA and MCAS is not perfect.
It's not, but
But-
it's close.
It's better than nothing, okay? So we're all on the same page, but it takes the parent, to say, yes.
You can't force it.
No.
Well, that's the question.
You can't.
I can't make it mandatory, but there isn't, most of our families,
Jump in.
they jump in, they want it, they
Yeah,
need it.
it's a great opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
The kids
so
actually
you
like
say
it.
you can't force it. In my mind, if you say to a parent, your kid is not doing well, here are the 2 choices: stay back or summer school for free. Okay? If a parent says no to both, then that's child abuse.
Well.
And I'm saying that's child abuse.
And you provide transportation for
Yes.
summer as well.
Yes.
And then we also heard earlier that 5 to 6 weeks is what we can cover. Ideally, you'd add the 3 weeks, so they would be in the program for the entire summer, so you would have less regression.
Well, the grant-funded summer program has been 6 weeks for years, because
Yeah.
we were able
Right.
to get some extra funding, and then we just kept it at 6 weeks, because 4 weeks, you're not gonna get much done.
Yeah, sure.
Before COVID, we used to have a 10-week fee-based program that kids were in during vacations, before school, after school, and the entire 10-week summer program. But we didn't bring that back since COVID. But that's it for me. isn't it?
That's the summer program.
Yeah, that's the summer, yeah. So as you can see, we really increase in the numbers for the summer in coordination, because we're at the different schools. We employ 57 teachers, 2 nurses, the 6 buses. Transportation is a big cost, especially with fuel and stuff, so that's a tough one, but 68% of our students wouldn't be able to come if we didn't provide the transportation. And then the secretaries, and then of course our paras, and then high school and college interns. We've been fortunate to have a high school internship grant for the last couple of years, which has been amazing. The students actually get paid. They get 5 elective credits at high school, and they actually are co-teachers, and they do lesson planning, and they actually teach at the end like a student teacher would.
And they want to be teachers.
Hoping they want to go into education and come back to Wareham and teach.
Just one other question. You mentioned before and after school programs. Do you have before and after school program?
We have after school right now, we don't have the before.
Not before.
Yeah.
Jane, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Very much appreciated.
Have a good one.
Okay, we are going to jump back ahead. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. To technology. And this is Bonnie LaSorsa. Hi, Bonnie.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, I've had a long morning.
It's fun though.
I know that because I was sitting in the hall, so just saying. Okay, I'm not quite sure where to start because you can see the numbers, obviously. It is a change from previous years. The going to go sort of backwards and leave the 2 for the end. So the district information management and tech, there is a slight increase there from 32,000 to 38. And part of the reason for that is that a lot of our contracts and licenses that are at the elementary school were for a 3-year term. So we haven't had to renew those. So the increase on that one is specifically for one of our firewalls that we just need to relicense now that things are coming out of their term or their contract at the elementary school. District-wide information management and technology services. So this is all of our programs that we use throughout the district. It's not necessarily instructional programs because that's often in Dr. Schwann's budget. These are the ones, Google, those big ones that sort of go across the district and everyone uses. I've been trying since I've been here, or we have been trying as a department to really look at all the programs that we use and investigate other options. And we've done that in a lot of cases. We redid our website and decreased the cost. We changed our human resources platform and decreased the cost. This is an increase, but the increase in this is our phone system. Phones before now, Verizon, were always in utilities in the buildings. And now, because the program that we use at the middle and high school and central office is Zoom, which is internet-based, it's in this category. So it's moved sort of
those
places. I don't know what the right term is, lines or items or whatever. And so that's the increase in that. We have a couple of things, and I'm still hoping that we can decrease this number for next year. This is based on the programs that we currently have, but we are currently investigating our end user security system, so the software that blocks things coming in and out, as well as we want to look again at our Go Guardian, which is our student safety program. It allows us to see where students are accessing. So I think that we can there's some other choices out there that might be better cost-wise as well as what we get for it. So we actually have a meeting tomorrow for that. The biggest change is in the technology other expenditures. And during the pandemic years, the district purchased 2,000 Chromebooks for students, 250 laptops for teachers, and then a touch view. This is a ViewSonic, but the same idea, right? We put them in at the elementary school, but then we also installed them in all classrooms at the middle and high school. They were all purchased with ESSER funds, and now, right, there's a time period that those are okay with. So we have approximately 1,200 Chromebooks, which is all of our students use them K through 12, that are going to expire on sort of like the same date. And when they expire, you can no longer update them, which is actually a security risk. So they've increased that time period, which is great, except that realistically, it's 4 years. Like, you just can't expect a device to last much longer than that with students in particular. So my thought was that it made more sense to make it a level funding thing from year to year. I would love to be able to give new Chromebooks to our kindergarten, first graders. They would have them while they were at the elementary school. They came to the middle school, they'd get a new one. They'd have them while they were in the middle school and then 8th grade, actually. And then they'd get a new one in 9th grade. So that it's planned every year. So the increase in this is both, it's about 450 Chromebooks a year. And that would make it so that this number would stay, relatively consistent from year to year. And then a teacher. Right now, all teachers have laptops, and I would actually like to move them, which, depending on the version they have, is $1,200 or $1,600. I'd like them to move into high-end Chromebooks. And so I have a demo one coming that looks just like, in fact, it's lighter. This is a teacher laptop. The new Chromebooks are lighter, has the same functionality, the same speed, and it's, the ones we're looking at are about $800 each.
Can I ask a question about your experience with the student Chromebooks? So do they turn them in at the end of the school year? Do they take them home for the summer? How does that work?
So previous to 2 years ago, all students turned them in at the end of the school year and got one back at the beginning of the school year. The first thing we did was they get their own back because there's a sense of ownership. At the high school in particular, it is a huge issue in a couple of days of trying to get them into their hands before school starts with a paper signed by the parent and all that kind of thing. So 2 years ago, we let them take them home. And we actually had fewer issues than we did turning them in. So they did very well at the high school. We let them take them home if they were 9th through 12th, well, not 12th grade, well, some 12th graders, but anyway, 9th grade and up. The 8th graders we still collected because so many of our students go like to upper Cape and everything that we were afraid we wouldn't get them back. And I've talked to Mrs. Cote about extending it down through the middle school. She's hesitant, but I'm gonna work on her. The elementary school students, 3rd and 4th graders take them home during the school year, but all students turn them in at the end of the school year.
And is there an insurance policy on them or something like that in case there's damage or
So
loss?
there's not. And I know that the very first year we had Chromebooks in the district, we tried it, and frankly, we didn't have enough parents to take advantage of it to make it worth the time. I've looked into that. I've also looked into, there are some group policies where you go in with other schools. I've also looked at financing, like actually leasing the Chromebooks. In fact, Kristen and I sat through several demonstrations and I was sort of convinced about that was the way to go. But then they changed the expiration date on Chromebooks and everything. So I'm gonna go, I would like to revisit that. We actually have a lower incident rate in this district. We're less than 10%, and our IT specialists in each school do the repairs themselves. There's very few that we have to send out. If they're still under warranty, we do. The other thing that they do is when they time out, because there is a time period where they don't work any longer, they pretty much strip them of screens. Screens is the biggest one, and keyboards, so that they can make the repairs. So I did buy some screens just recently because they changed the number of pins on the screen for the newer Chromebooks. But for the most part, I haven't bought repairs in the 2.5 years I've been here. I haven't bought supplies, replacements.
Students help with the repairs too.
At the elementary school, they do.
They do. Question, when they bring them home, like the high school students, can they only access academic, or is it a Chromebook that they can scroll the internet, or how does that work? And can you monitor, or, and really not Big Brother, but more seeing if during the summer, are they using it for enrichment, for instance?
They don't. I'm just saying.
They're high schoolers, yeah.
That's actually not true. They do a lot of them use it for their summer work, which is the high school science and all classes.
Yeah.
So we have a program called Go Guardian. That's one of the ones that we're currently looking at, and it has both in-school policies and at-home policies. And it sends an alert for certain keywords.
I see.
And those go to, depending on the school, deans or guidance counselors or whomever, if there's an issue with mental health, it's immediate.
Sure.
There's an add-on program to that goes even 2 steps further and has 24/7 monitoring that we've looked at. So the answer to your question is yes and no. Google just changed the way they do things October 23rd, 2023, so like very recently, so that every program and app that anyone in the district wants to use and choose, log in with Google, I have to okay individually. And so my rule is that I need to have a student data privacy agreement with the company or I won't allow it. So we initially don't allow them and then allow them in. It's amazing how many third graders want to use FanDuel. Not sure how that works, but
Well, they're seeing the commercials on TV.
Yes.
and so they requested.
Boy, does that look fun.
Yeah.
Can't
So-
even imagine a third grader articulating.
So I get the request and then I can review the requests. And as long as we have an agreement about how they're gonna handle the information they're getting from our students, then I allow them indefinitely if a teacher requests it. And then the teachers they're handled a little bit differently, and so they have more leeway. So the answer to your question is some.
Yeah, got it, thank you.
We don't allow Facebook in the schools based on our internet and our Wi-Fi settings, or Facebook and TikTok and those things. So they can't access it during the school day, but when they go home, they can.
There's only so much you can do.
Well, and we were just laughing about it because I was going through extensions, because I have a report that shows me what extensions everybody's downloading, and at the middle and elementary school, we're pretty strict. But the high school, like, they should be able to play games if they take it home. Like,
Right, yeah, for sure.
I don't have a problem with that. So. Any other questions?
Bonnie, thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yes, sir.
So we are really lucky that we have Bonnie, because Bonnie is not only doing a great job in her current role, she used to be the department chair for mathematics in the middle school. So she has I don't know how unique a background she has for this particular job, but we are really lucky to have her. And I routinely abuse her as a result of the fact that she is this outstanding individual. She may not believe that I believe that, but I do.
I had no answer.
Set you up for.
I was gonna say.
Sounds like I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So nationally, not Wareham, nationally, we are not producing better and better students compared to the rest of the world. In fact, we're actually kind of mediocre, okay? And we have a tremendous amount of technology. Okay? And that technology has a cost, which Bonnie has justified without, I have no problem looking at this and saying, cut this, cut that, because it's wasteful, okay? What I have a problem with is, what is technology actually doing for the education of our children? Because our children are not doing better and better as in terms of their education. They're doing worse and worse nationally. This has nothing to do with Wareham. This is big picture. So how, when you have finite resources, as we do in Wareham and across the country, there are some states that are far more frugal with their dollars for education than Massachusetts. We know that for a fact. What would happen if we increase the focus on the teacher and reduce the focus on technology? And I'm specifically thinking about that $250,000 that we're going to keep, and that number you and I both know, just from normal inflation, unfortunately, is not going to get smaller.
Right.
Although I admire the fact that you're trying to find cheaper laptops and et cetera, et cetera. It's just going to keep growing. Is there any way that we can reduce the cost of technology without having our kids suffer? We both know that X% of the students go home to better technology at home than a Chromebook. There are also X% that go home to nothing. Okay, so we have that problem of unequal access to technology at home. But is there any way we can do anything about the cost of technology? And I don't mean the network. I don't mean the network, because the last thing we want to do, by the way, we were informed recently publicly that 2 districts paid $1.5 million out of ransomware as a result of inferior security on their network. So, but the network is critical for a variety of reasons. But that $250,000 just sticks out at me, and I think you as the teacher, okay, and Bonnie was not an average teacher, you as the teacher is far more important than the Chromebook. So I would like to do something about the national failure to improve the education of our kids and not rely on technology to do it, because it's not working. End of speech, you'll be happy to know.
So, I agree with pretty much everything you said, except that to not have devices for our students makes an already inequitable situation more inequitable.
That's a tiny amount of money in the total budget.
So,
Except that it represents more than 2, let's call it 5 teachers excluding benefits if they were hired from.
I follow you, I get that.
Okay? I get that it's a small fraction of 30+ million.
Right.
But it's not a small fraction if we're trying to balance a budget based on your needs as well as our needs.
Right.
so part of that, so the teacher Chromebooks, like in this day and age, any professional has to have a device. Like that's non-negotiable in their classrooms. We don't have desktops anymore, which was good, because now they can take their laptop or their Chromebook and work from home or whatever.
Yeah, you can keep working.
Right,
like
we
we
can
do.
keep working. Whether they choose to or not, they can still do that. As far as the students are concerned, so for middle and high school, and we've had this conversation, I still feel like we should be teaching more technology. We should be teaching more coding. I also taught that.
And yet we eliminated computer sciences at the high school.
Well, it's because I'm a
Again.
teacher. That's
But
because
see,
I'm
that-
a teacher.
But that's not, I mean, philosophically, I can discuss this with you, but that's not my call. My job here, not always what I would choose, but my job here is to make sure that what is in the hands of our students is fiscally a good choice. And I feel like the choices that we've made have been valid. Do I think that the pendulum came this way with technology, and sometimes teachers rely on technology as opposed to what is frankly good teaching in a classroom? Some teachers do, and I've had this conversation as well. In my math class, I can put them in front of a computer, and some kids did great, but there's an awful lot of kids who needed to, so we played musical chairs in 8th grade, like, in order to solve equations. And we did it on paper because I needed them to write it. So that's a teacher curriculum principal leadership issue. That's not something I can affect. We are trying very hard to offer opportunities for teachers to learn more about, tested best practices on how to use technology in your classroom. And I'll be glad to go work with anyone at any school to do that and to work on projects.
You have.
But the fact is that we start testing students on Chromebooks in kindergarten. So do we need a Chromebook for every single student in kindergarten? Maybe not. Maybe we could save some there and have classroom sets, but we have more issues, we have more damages when we do that. So it becomes a balancing act.
Okay, I'm gonna do you a favor.
Mm-hmm.
The judge has just issued a gag order to me, which I'm actually gonna follow, which means.
Really?
Okay, really?
She says with shock.
Yes. So I'm gonna thank you for your thoughtful presentation and accept the fact that I am, for the moment, gagged.
I have no response to that, but I can share publicly.
Bonnie, thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Okay, so we'll move along here, folks. We're gonna go to transportation. This is one slide. We have a transportation coordinator and a secretary for $136,000, 33 drivers, 11 monitors, 5 subs, We run our own transportation department, we own our own buses. I think we have about 25 big buses. We have a number of vans. And I do believe that we are doing it at a less cost than if we contracted out, as many other districts do. And then this 800,000 there, that's contracted for the runs that we cannot do. These are for special ed students who go out to private and collaboratives that we have to pay for their transportation. That's contracted out, and that can be extraordinarily expensive. Contracted for foster and homeless students. We also need to transport those students in some cases. And then $313,000 for parts and supplies. As you know, we have the maintenance garage over on Charge Pond Road, where our buses are stored and maintained. The town has been very helpful. Last year, we were able to purchase 3 new buses. They were on as part of the capital plan, and that's going to be a ongoing item on the capital plan. I think about $400,000 to replace buses. We have some buses that are in great shape, and we have buses that are getting on in years that we really need to replace. So having a regular cycle of replacement will be tremendously helpful.
And leasing is not something that.
Leasing is something we could look at. Yeah. We haven't looked at it, but certainly I've seen it done.
And with the, so you've got some contracted special ed, but I assume there's also some non-contracted special ed?
Correct, that would be in the line right above it, the 1.5 million, that's built right in.
And the likelihood of ever going electric with buses is what?
The likelihood of what?
Going electric?
EV. Upper Cape has done it.
Yeah, some districts have done it.
They have got grants to do it.
The
I think.
electric buses are, so a big bus, 77 passenger student bus, gasoline or diesel is about $100,000. Same bus, electric, is about $400,000. So right now, we're kind of staying away from it. There are a number of grants out there that help, but they'll fund, I think, about half. And then there's some advantages to it. Electric buses are much lower maintenance. You have to have charging stations and all those things. So it would be a transition, but I'd like to see the cost of the buses come down a little bit before we head in that direction.
I can also tell you, and you need to verify this, but I don't believe Dave Bernard, who runs the maintenance portion of this transportation department, is in favor of going electric. And I have not talked to him about it, this is so I'm told. And he'd obviously be responsible for making sure that they were ready for service every time the weather got really cold. I have a fully electric vehicle, and the charging rate when it's really cold drops dramatically in terms of your ability to charge. I will also say one more thing about this. We have been looking at this area for close to 2 decades, okay? And periodically put it out to bid. We're always less expensive. I can also tell you that the number of districts that stop their own department and put it out to bid and go private, almost many of them say, why didn't I do this? Because now they have you by the private parts, and because you've gotten rid of, that's not.
Did you put that in the minutes?
I won't.
It's
Because
being
what
tagged.
happens is, then they can charge whatever they want after the contract is up, because the alternative is to go buy all new buses, okay? So I think we're really lucky to have not gone to the private contractors and still have the flexibility of running our own. So we're willing to put it out to bid anytime you want us to, but remember, Dave is now a part of that because he's maintaining them. And I think we'd be exposing ourselves to significant increases in the cost of providing. The one thing that I don't know if Matt was gonna discuss it, we could theoretically charge a lot more for it. We could provide it to fewer students. We could do a lot of things like that. The implications of that, of course, are A, how many people could afford it if we charged a lot, okay? And B, how many people would literally have no way to get to school even though they were theoretically close enough to be held responsible for getting there without a bus. So there are educational implications for doing those things as well.
I think you understand, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We have to ask these questions. And,
As I said, we've
and I'm
asked them
happy to
too.
hear the answers. I do believe that you all are looking at options and doing your best. It looks to me like you're doing your best, so, but I have to ask the questions.
Right.
I guess one other question that comes to mind is, are you having trouble finding bus drivers?
Yes, it's, first of all, we pay very well, compared to other districts around here, which is helpful, because we've been able to actually poach from some other. It's becoming a little, it has, a year ago, it was to the point where, you're pulling your hair out, it's like, how are we gonna cover all these runs? Where now I'm not quite there. I feel like that we have enough drivers. It would be great if we could have a couple of more drivers. It would be helpful, certainly, in bringing down that 800,000, if we could get drivers to do some of those out-of-district runs. That would save us money. It is still a challenge, but it's not at the point where I'm losing sleep over it or getting phone calls at 4:30 in the morning saying we might not be able to run a bus.
Question, you mentioned the number of large buses that you have. With enrollment numbers going down in some respects, do you periodically revisit that and say, do we need this many buses, this size of bus, if you will?
Our buses are full.
Okay.
Right now they're full, so
Okay.
we couldn't cut any runs.
We had a lot on waiting lists before Matt
Yeah,
got
we
here,
had
and
we
that
had a
was
waiting
big.
list, and that was my goal coming into this year. That was my charge to our coordinator. I said, I do not want a waiting list. Going back to attendance, don't give kids excuses to come to school because there's not a way to get there. So right now we don't have a waiting list, which is great. But our buses are full. So
And it's not a dissimilar situation to special education, which is to say, if we don't have a driver, and this includes things like special education and athletic runs, et cetera, if we don't have a driver, then we have to contract it out for twice the cost.
Yeah.
So even though we pay well, I'm thankful we pay well, because it increases the likelihood of being able to cover our responsibilities internally as compared to going to the outside vendors.
okay, so we've gone through. That is all of our cost centers that we've gone through, and these are they. For FY24 and FY25, and you can see, I just, on this slide, just so you can kind of compare the current year we're in to the projected FY25. If we, add in the increases to salaries and expenses for FY25, it's a $39,341,449 budget, up from 36.9. Now, both of these numbers are prior to the offsets that we're able to apply to them. So if we go to our next slide, and this is our offset. So if we take the 39 million, and there is a number of offsets here. We have $240,000 of $500,000. And also part of that 240 grant will be 15,000 that can go to stipends. We're going to use $1 million in circuit breaker. We have a school nutrition grant for 80,000 we can apply. Title I, 522,000. Tag salaries are a more recent grant that's helping us with a position at the high school. Student Opportunity Act grant, $125,000. The pre-K revolving account, $99,000. That's tuitions paid for by our peer model students in the pre-K program. So using all of that money, it's $2,391,323 in offsets, which,
Matt, quick point.
yes, sir,
Kristen, would you describe that $1 million?
circuit breaker.
Yeah, in terms of timing.
Right, so you receive circuit breaker reimbursement, so I'll use real time. Last year's students, last school year's students, the Director of Special Education and the out-of-district coordinator filed the circuit breaker claim in June for costs incurred the previous school year. Right around September, we get notified from DESE what our reimbursement's going to be, and then we get paid basically for the costs that we put out the year prior, right? So DESE allows you to carry over your circuit breaker funds for up to 1 year. So the best practice, of course, is to never spend it all that year. So we're trying very hard to get some traction in that manner, to have a better, a higher circuit breaker balance so that we're not always spending it as soon as we receive it. So so that's one of the goals that we want to do.
Is that
So-
1 million the total for last year?
The total for last year was 1.3 million. So I think we carried over approximately 300, and then as of this past June, we carried over 500. So we picked up some along the way. And then now this year we were notified that we're getting approximately 1.7 million. But that's kind of our last, one of our last stands of areas. So, and it really protects against, right now we exhaust the 240 grant, we'll spend the local budget amounts. So sometimes during the course of the year, if we get an unexpected student or an unexpected expense, then even though we've already said, okay, this is how much we're gonna spend on circuit breaker, like we said, last year we're gonna use $1 million to offset it, but we're actually using more than that this year because we have to. So it's just trying to get there to build up a good predictable balance in circuit breaker to allow you to be better with using it for your budget planning.
And is it restricted to special ed or can it be
Yes,
used for
so
anything else?
it is restricted to special ed, so it's costs incurred for special education services. Your biggest one, of course, would be tuition. The past few years, DESE has allowed transportation, which has really allowed districts to recoup more money. And again, as I think Jeff touched on earlier, the first 50,000 or so, they call that the foundation, is on us. So anything over 50. So if you have a student whose placement costs you 60,000, DESE is going to reimburse you, round figures at around 70 to 75% of that difference.
10,000.
So it's helpful, but it's not, it's not really getting a lot of it. So, but we do get, and of course, as you spend more, then you get more. So when our circuit breaker reimbursement went up by, 400,000 this year from last year, that just means our costs went up.
Right.
So, it's not that we're getting more money just because. So that's.
And it's not that you, by saving circuit breaker money, you can go buy a lot of mechanical cats or.
Yeah, no, you have to.
Or lava lamps, as some people would probably bring up right now, but not me.
Right, so things like that, it is educational costs, it's tuition, it's services, it's teachers. We may have some students that stay here in our schools who, based on their level of need and their requirements in school, they may hit that threshold. They may, and we may be able to pick up some dollars from them. So you would see, to your question, you could count related services, OT, PT, nursing on the bus, anything like that that's related to allowing them to access their education. So, and certainly, there are costs that are, to what you brought up, it might not be what we all think as traditional things that a school would provide a student. It may not have been what we saw in school. But as I think Mrs. Cote said, things have changed, times have changed, and there's an awful lot of costs and educational services and supplies and materials that go into, you know, allowing these students to access the curriculum. So you brought up the cat or the lamp. So those are devices that our special education teachers and department heads and guidance counselors and social workers have seen that are effective in allowing those students to remain calm, to refocus, to stay calm in school, so that when they receive the instruction, they're ready to learn. So it may not be the pens and pencils and calculators and rulers and chalkboards, you know, things have changed, so student needs have changed. So we've had to change with it. So some of these non-traditional items that our experts, our special education teachers, our special education director, our student services director, are telling us we need this for our students so that they can come to school and learn. That's why we purchase them, because that's what our experts are telling us, and we trust them to do their job.
I think to that point, from the outside, there are people who look at that and they don't hear the piece, an expert recommended this. They see it as something frivolous. So I think it's, again, back to the idea of communicating what you're doing and what you need and that sort of thing. That's really important.
And the percentage of students who need that relative to maybe other school systems in Massachusetts. And I think ability to pay here, which is some other communities, parents may be able to shoulder a little bit of some of these costs, but we just don't have that here.
Okay, so the total offsets that we're able to apply to FY25 is that 2.391 million. And I want to point out that last year we were able to use $3.4 million in offsets. And that was because we had that ESSER money factored in. Okay, so there's that $1 million less of offset that's impacting this budget.
And the ventilation grant too, almost 100.
The 80 some odd thousand. So if we go to the next slide, this is the 36,950,056 after the offsets. FY24 was 33,510,309 after the offset. And so the difference between FY24 and FY25 is $3,439,747. That's a 10.26% increase. And there's an asterisk there that I want to point out that we have 3 bargaining units that are that are going to be negotiated this year. A, which is our teachers, B, which is our assistant principals, and D, which is our secretaries. We'll be negotiating new CBAs, and they'll have to be factored into this budget number. And I want to just put this out there. I'm not saying we want a 10.26% increase. I'm just telling you that's where we're at for a level service budget.
Could you just explain what you mean by level service? Do you mean exactly what you're doing this year?
What we're doing now, we do next year. Same staff, same,
Nothing new.
Same programs.
Actually, that's not quite true, we're actually reducing.
We are reducing
Reducing
and we've reduced, and I do want to bring up that we have reduced 2 assistant principals at the elementary school. We reduced the secretary here, the registrar, 2 fields and grounds, which I mentioned earlier, a custodian here at the middle school, a PE teacher at the elementary school, the district administrator, which I talked about earlier, a bookkeeper I talked about earlier, a secretary here at the middle school, and there's going to be an additional position. We're still looking at that because there's an opportunity at the elementary school. These are positions that have been eliminated since I started a year ago, That's to the tune of $585,000. So we're continuing to look at better ways of doing things. That's just where we are. I wanted to show you some of the budget drivers. So if you could, Andrea, just go to the next slide. So the majority of the increase of that 2.375 increase is salaries. That's that first one, 1.5 million. That's our contractual obligations in our collective bargaining agreements. That is the majority of that 2.3, and the rest is, you know, that we had to add for the replacement of Chromebooks, transportation for our out-of-district Foster and McKinney-Vento homeless students, heat and utilities up at 137.5, out-of-district tuitions based on that 4.9 or 4.67, thank you, increase. The lighting, which Ms. Cote spoke about here at the middle school, hospital tutoring increasing, and then we had a number of lines that went up, down, up, down, up, down, all of them under 20,000, but at the end of the day, it was 169,583 increase. So all of those outside of the salaries was almost 800,000, but the majority is that 1.5 million in contractual obligations. So now if we want to go back a slide, so this is where, if you look at our teaching staff, that our teachers in Unit A, our teachers, this, if you look at our pay grid, if you're familiar with our pay grid, and that's the steps down the left side, and across the top is if you have a bachelor's degree, if you have a bachelor's plus 15 graduate credits, a master's plus 15 credits, master's plus 30, master's plus 60, 2 masters and a doctorate or CAGS, and then a master teacher. These are where they all fall. So you can see that most of our teachers are in the master's column, most of them are on the higher steps, 10s, 14, and 19. What does that mean? That means that they are more expensive. The further to the bottom right they go, the more expensive. Further to the bottom of the grid is the higher salaries that they have.
And the master's is required within 5 years, by law.
Correct. When they first become certified out of college, they get a bachelor's degree, they have what's called an initial certification. In order to get, and you have an initial certification for 5 years, you're expected within that 5 years to get a master's degree and then move to a professional certification.
And for this Unit A, we did invite a member of the Board of Selectmen to participate on negotiations if they wanted.
That's correct.
If they want to join.
That's correct, which will be starting soon.
We invited them in the last negotiation, before your time.
Yeah. Well, okay, if we may keep moving along. This is the offset. So this is just to show how we ended up with $1 million less in offsets. And I'm gonna ask Kristen to correct me when I say something that's incorrect. So the 1.8 million is the ESSER and the IVAQ, that's the HVAC grant that we were using, which we're using in FY24 to pay for our HVAC position that we won't have for next year. So those two are lost. The other are increases, am I correct? Increases in the other offsets that we've had. So we've had all of those increases, but if you take the decreases and factor in the increases, it's actually a loss of $1,064,086, and that's why we have less money to offset the FY25. And then if you go to the next slide, that just shows that. So that's the $2.3 million increase. the less $1 million in offsets, and we're looking at $3.4 million. Okay. Do you want to ask any questions there, or just keep going?
Sure.
We're almost there. We're almost there, Joe. This is the same information in pie charts, just to give you kind of a different look at our budget. And this first one is just how much of our budget is salaries and how much of it is expenses. And so you can see that 30 million is in salaries, and $8.8 million are expenses. This graph just shows it by function. The functions are defined by the Department of Education.
Yes.
Okay, so these are all the functions. When we do a report to the Department of Education on our budget, this is how they want to look at things. How much of our budget goes to instruction, and instruction includes many of the positions that apply strictly to instruction, 67%. How much goes to administration? 3%. Tuitions, that would be for, special ed tuitions and tuitions to vocational schools, capital, benefits, fixed charges, maintenance and utilities, and pupil services. And pupil services are transportation?
Yes, correct. Athletics, transportation, health services, school security, any other student activities, all your clubs, things like that, field trips, transportation.
This is the same thing by function, but how much of it is salaries? So the salaries, 83% is instruction, 3% administration, 1% for the benefits and fixed charges, maintenance 5%, people services 8%. And the next one does the same thing, but it's expenses by function.
Can we go back one?
Yes, sir.
We have been,
This one?
Yes.
yes, we have been pushed a lot, appropriately in my opinion, and I think the budget subcommittee has asked a lot, many times over the years, about that administration. In other words, people are not actually in front of the kids teaching. Call it overhead, if so to speak. Frankly, I think 3% is, and DESE data supports this, is pretty small now. Now, some of that credit should go to Matt. Over the last year and a half, things have actually been reduced. But we are not top-heavy in any way, shape, or form, especially given the needs of our kids as they have grown, both in terms of kids who have special needs, but also those kids that are not technically special needs. 3% administration is actually a pretty small number. And if we had to reduce that number, the implications for, let me say, the control of the schools and the oversight of the educators would, the implications would be significant. So I just want you to know we have looked at people overhead positions intensively, and we continue to do that.
Okay, same thing, and this is just expenses, taking out the salaries, how much goes to each of those functions, tuition, capital, maintenance, pupil service. Just different ways of looking at this budget, broken out as pie charts. All right, so final thoughts. So this just reiterates, a level service budget, 10.26%. I put in there what would be a 6.73% increase. That means we would have to cut 1.1 million, then the town would have to come up with 2.2 million. I mean, those for both the town and us are huge numbers. They're huge numbers. The ESSER money came, part of this is the loss of ESSER money. And I'm hoping, I'm really, really hopeful, because Mr. Sweat mentioned that the fiscal cliff, and I hear other superintendents talk about the fiscal cliff. We had $4 million in ESSER money, ESSER 3 money anyways, that was used to hire many positions in the school budget. And I believe firmly that it was hired, and I think Andrea referred to this when she was spoken earlier, that those positions were put in place because finally there was money enough to staff the schools the way we needed them to be staffed to meet the needs of the students. And we've actually seen, Bethany was here talking about how her school was recognized. And even here at the middle school and at the high school, we have actually seen a turn, 1 year, but a turn in our MCAS results. And I'm a strong believer in MCAS, showing that our students are finally kind of tacking in the right direction. And I believe that's because we have the staff in place. And I know that I hear that we heard a lot last year that the schools are fully staffed and other departments are not. And I hear that. I do hear that. And we are fully staffed. And I'm not asking for more staff. I would love to be able to keep the staff that we have to keep doing what we're doing. And I'm going to continue to look at positions as people leave to save money. But I just appreciate your support. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your support. I understand, believe me, I understand the challenges that the town is looking at. And I hope that the state recognizes the position that towns and school districts are in and comes through with some money so we can help to fund this.
I need to say, the 1.184 million number is actually, it's more than that. Because remember, that 1.84 million that we have to cut, even if we get the 6.73, assumes we give nothing, no COLAs to 3 different bargaining units. Okay? So as difficult as 1.184 million is going to be to cut from this budget, it's actually larger than that. We don't know how much larger, but it's larger than that. So I don't want you to think that that's really the number. It's not.
Yes, sir.
No, first, what you're saying, I'd be very disappointed if any department head or anybody did advocate for their place, whatever department it may be, schools, police. I truly appreciate you advocating for the schools, I totally do. And one of the things I'm putting together this year, because I'm finding it interesting about cutting some of the positions, and we just got this Saturday at a finance committee thing, best practices. Kristen last year was a tremendous help, and I was a pain in the butt. She gave me tons of information, but you broke down all the positions and stuff. And, I mean, I can show you this now. This is the towns for the last 4 years. You can see going right across what they had for staff and what they have. I don't know what they're gonna ask for this year. And I'm gonna do the same thing for the schools. I'm taking the numbers off of this report and the numbers Christian helped with last year, and I really truly appreciated that. But it's interesting. I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm a little disappointed that there weren't more people here. And I'll leave it at that. I mean, I think the school and I think we were well represented, and won't go any further because I know I'll hear about it. But yeah, I really, you learn a lot. You know, you sit here and you listen and stuff, you know, and I wish.
Well, I hope it was helpful to you. If there's any other information that you'd like, we're happy to provide it. If there's any, for future presentations, if you said, it would be great if we heard more about this, more about that, please let me know. Because I'm really kind of guessing at what you guys might want to hear about, and I try to just, give you as many details as we can. To give you an idea of what we're doing.
I do think, for me, hearing about the out-of-district placements and everything you do to try to keep students, I think is important. It's so difficult to understand the challenges of SPED students and how many different types of services must be provided. It's not a wish list, it is the state requires. So, to me, as a citizen, I think it would be important to help them understand this is a mandate and this is what we're doing, including trying to pull back those out of district, because that's a big number that people are going to, you're sending them to private school, and not really understanding. That would be one suggestion.
Yeah.
And of course, as you know, we have 2.5% to deal with. And
I'm sorry, you have 2.5% what?
to deal with. I mean, we have the cap. We have
11 override.
Exactly. And so, in some sense, the state, the voters, whatever, have put us all in an impossible position. Because you have requirements, we have limits, and there's just so much we can do. And honestly, I'm always puzzling over what the solutions are, where there's a place to fix that. But right now, it's really hard to see.
Yeah.
And I totally sympathize with the position you're in. I think you probably sympathize with the position we're in.
And such dedicated people, I mean, you heard this.
It was very, very helpful to hear all the things you're
Absolutely.
doing. I think a lot of things that you're doing well, and that you're, making the most of the situation you have. At some point, we just hit a ceiling, and I don't know how we get around that.
Such a challenge.
And I think education, don't get me wrong, I don't think cops are important, but I think education, to give these kids a heads up coming out of school, give them a fair chance. I mean, without education, we were talking about it earlier. I mean, the jobs aren't out here. I mean, my father, neither one graduated from high school. They was back in the 40s, and we all know what happened then. But they could find jobs where they could support a family. Those aren't really available out here in this day and age. And how do we get those kids in, as was said, I think we're somewhere around 24th and 25th in the world as far as education goes. That's not a great number.
No.
If I had an answer, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be at some island somewhere enjoying myself, but, it's really.
Ironically, Esther was both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, you're right, it was.
Because it delayed exactly where we are today.
Yeah.
Right. And we knew this, we've seen this coming for 2 years,
Well,
at least.
And I think it also showed, with more resources, I mean, look at the elementary school, what you can do with an incremental increase in resources. That someone, like you all, are looking carefully and applying them judiciously. And that's a shame.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Please make a snack.
Can you think of anything else you'd like to know?
We
I'm
gonna
sure
write a
it'll
check
come
for a
to
few
me.
million?
Yeah, it will come to me
It was
later.
very thorough.
Plastic.
We know how to ask questions, in fact, too, and I'm sure there will be some.
Yes.
And we will definitely be attending your December 7th joint. We will notice that as a joint.
Yeah, and any questions ahead of that would be really helpful, because we do all of this to prepare everyone and to be kind of like, take, I don't know, it would just be nice. Any information you can get to all of the people invited to that meeting ahead of time, so that if there's stuff that we need to address, we'd be happy to do it.
Yeah.
Would be very helpful.
We'll do an abbreviated version of this, but if you have, like I said, you mentioned out-of-district placements, we can definitely add more information about that. And if there's anything else
Yeah.
that you'd like us, just shoot me an email.
Any data or any sheets or any information, like we have it all, so I'm happy to share it.
We don't have a forum.
We don't have, yeah,
So
Joyce
meeting is
left,
adjourned.
really.
Anyway.